Hello, everybody. How's it going today? Welcome to the Daily Scrolls with What If I Could, Scroll Saw Portrait Wood Design and Woodworks. It's a bad hair day, I'm telling you right now. It's so cold outside that I told the boss I was coming into work. I said, "You want me into work today?" He's like, "No." So when I got up, it was minus. Wait, let me check this for a second here. When I got up, it was minus 40, feels like minus 49 Celsius. So that's freaking cold for all you guys over there in the States as well. I did warm up though. It's minus 41 right now. So, well, technically it got colder. So, but it warmed up. It's supposed to be sunny today. And yeah, bad hair day. This is what I look like with that hat on. I just don't like it though. Somebody told me to, hey, go out with that hat on. But he still got his hat on, so I don't know. It's sort of unfair.
Well, my hair's
Hey,
messed
Charles,
up.
how's it going
You
today?
just can't tell. Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Charles Terry. Yeah, hello, Herb, John, and Wade. I'm sorry for what y'all just had to see over there, but yeah, that was kind of funny. But I'm
Hey,
having
Wade, how's it going today?
bad hair days is what got me started wearing hats. If I'm being honest, hello,
Yeah,
JJE. Back to
see,
you,
that's
John.
better.
Jerry's
I feel
watching us.
more.
He's cold and sitting in his truck.
It was what he's supposed to be working right now. Get to work, Jerry.
Jack Nicholson wants his hair back this way. Hello, Jerry.
Yeah, I haven't been off. I haven't been off for the past couple of days because number one, it's been cold, and I'm just so freaking. I'm so tired at night now. It's just unbelievable with working out in the cold. And I sent pictures to our group that we all hang out in, and it was what was it I posted yesterday?
Negative
It was minus.
39, negative 30. Hello, Larry Head from Facebook. Hello, Art.
Yeah,
Hello.
it was minus 39, and then I had to post a picture with it as well. I'll show you guys what it looked like yesterday when I was outside for like half an hour, I think it was. That was like half an hour out in the cold yesterday at minus 39 Celsius temperatures.
Doesn't he look happy to be at work there, folks?
So happy. I was there for 3 hours. 3 hours.
Oh my God. Larry Head, by the way, has joined us from Facebook, John, in case you didn't see that, as has Jason Rickoloff. He says, hi, everyone, and bye, everyone.
Hey,
Happy
Larry.
Merry
Hey, Jason.
Christmas
Yeah.
and Happy New Year. Oh, Jerry
So
says, I'm helping
with
at
my
the
router in my
warehouse.
shop now. So with my
Go ahead.
router in my shop now, I'm going to see if I can go back on YouTube and Facebook at the same time again. See if I have any issues, camera issues or whatever. Oh, look, I got my little swirly coming down. I'm like Johnny Depp, crybaby, crybaby.
Go ahead and cry for us, John. I'm the guy that challenged him to have the hair all ape shitty. I mean, crappy. Sorry.
It's you.
Jerry says, gotta find my mask. It's gonna be frosty the rest of the week. Hello, Steve Nealon. Steve Nealon, harneilmedia.com, does websites.
I got
Hello.
a
Steve
Steve.
Combs is
You doing, buddy?
he's either
Right.
playing hooky or
Oh
work is real slow.
no, he's probably on his lunch break right now.
Right.
It's lunchtime there.
Good to see everyone.
I can't. This drive me nuts. I gotta put my hat on. Just give me a sec. That's what keeps my head warm out in the snowy, coldy, blowy weather.
Yes,
It's like
Steve is on the
insulation
lunch.
there.
Why don't you just get you a little scrunchie?
A scrunchie.
That would look cute. Put it on the top of your head. Holy hell!
Like
That's the
a
next one,
man,
John. Yeah.
kind of a
Well, you
man
don't need a
bun.
bun. Just get like a Pebbles and Bam Bam, you know, top ponytail.
Front center.
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be funny. Probably just as shocking as seeing you with your hair all let out when you started the show. Just saying.
Yeah.
Jerry says he's got the Bluetooth beanie. JJE says no man bun, please. By the way, if you're even remotely inclined, I just uploaded a pattern of The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, at woodenvisions.com.
I got a Bluetooth beanie. No man bun. Work is slow. Hey Lee.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see those other comments. I suck. What are we doing
Do you
today,
fondle too?
John?
Do you fondle when you suck?
Nothing of the male's persuasion, anyway. Thank you, Lee. That one made me speechless. I was Wade says, does Dwayne get a cut of the proceeds? Sure, if he has his people contact my people, but I haven't sold any yet, so there's that. Jerry says, I got myself computer parts on the way. Now, had to hook myself up with a Monster main computer. It was a Bilbo Baggins something or another.
Yeah, I gotta look for a computer. So, well, I'm off on Boxing Day. So hopefully Boxing Day I can go look for one.
Lee's the one that was talking about Black Adam, so I went and checked it out on HBO Max. Didn't impress me that much. Most of the superhero movies don't, but that's why I didn't make a Black Adam pattern, just a Dwayne The Rock Johnson pattern. What are we doing today, John?
It's a snow day, so it's very cold. I'm basically just gonna finish up some.
Wait, did you say finish? Yeah, work on. Yeah, okay.
That's why I corrected myself.
Get everybody's hopes up, damn it.
Projects. I still gotta do Carrie's Snowflake too. Also gotta finish.
Yeah. By the way, my scroll off entry is clearing up. Yay.
You're what?
I know y'all were concerned. My scroll off injury with the big old blister looked a lot worse than it was, but
that's what you say it's from, but we all know different.
Well, either way, it's healing. Sometimes you just gotta pace yourself, you know what I mean? It's a little exciting at times.
Yeah. Oh, in case you guys haven't seen it, I know everyone may not have. Who's over on Facebook there?
Larry Head or something like that. Somebody had.
Larry Head. Yeah. So in case you missed it, here's the winning scroll off portrait design for our scroll off group that we have every once a month. For scrollers and scrollers alike, and anybody that wants to join the chat, go ahead and join us. If you want to be on live on the scroll off show, there's no actual prizes for it, but John does hold the title.
Yeah,
I'm going to say
will
definitely because
bragging rights. No, it's 3 in a row. He's tied with me.
3 wins, but there's four in a row because there was 4 months. I'm 4 months champion in a row, but 3 final scroll offs. So there you go.
He has won by the biggest margin, but it's still only 3 victories. Just saying.
And that's over. You can join us on the Facebook group Scroll Offs and More. Join us over on the YouTube channel as well, Scroll Offs and More. Once a month we get scroll offs, and every month varies depending on who comes in the show, and also with various patterns.
And the participants vote on the patterns. They're not my choice. I just submit my patterns because I'm the only one that has free reign to my patterns.
Yep. So you guys want to talk temperatures? Let's talk temperatures. No. All right. So currently it's minus 40 Celsius.
Right now it's slightly chilly here. I went out in a t-shirt and I lived. So
okay. So minus 40 temperature, minus 46 with wind chills. That's minus 50 Fahrenheit.
Mercy Jesus.
Yeah. That's a minus 50. So that's why I'm at home today and I'm not out at work because it's too hard on the hydraulics on the truck. Yesterday was hard enough as it was. I had a problem rotating my bucket and trying to level out my bucket.
That sounds.
I level out the bucket I can level out the bucket when I'm up in the air, but because it's so cold, when I come, because it's a self-leveling bucket, right? So when you come down to the ground, it's supposed to level itself off. You go up and down, right? But when I'm up in the air and then I come to the ground, it stays that way. And you basically got to put your feet on the front edge of the bucket to stop from falling over the edge of the bucket. That's how cold it was.
Yeah, that could make for a bad day. But at least it's at the ground level.
And when it gets a little colder, well, yeah, but you're level like this though. You still possibility to fall out.
Yeah, but at ground level, it
when
wouldn't hurt that bad.
a bit colder than what it was yesterday. A little bit colder than it was yesterday. Then the hydraulics start cracking the seals, and it starts spurting out, and then you break hoses, and it's just too much of a mess cleanup.
Nobody wants to get spurted on at work unless you're in the adult industry already. Then,
My God!
Oh yeah, you've never said anything off kilter. Kiss right on it. All right.
Hey JJ, -4. Unbelievable. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, I got all these. I still have not gone out to the Michaels and seen if I can find those.
The hell, John?
For the drawer pulls for my rim centers. I know because it's been cold.
It's like never cold in Canada. This is a weird cold wave.
That's all right. So it was so cold. How cold was it?
How cold was it, John?
So cold this morning that I actually had to go out and start my truck because I didn't plug it in. Now, in my defense, I've never plugged any of my vehicles in because they've always started without a problem. But my remote start wouldn't start this morning. So I actually had to go out and start my truck up.
What do you mean plugging in your truck?
Okay, so you guys don't know about this because they have in the one country down there. So in Canada, because it's cold, you have a block heater in the bottom of your engine block, and it's got a cord on it, so you plug it in the house. So what it does is it keeps your oil pan warm, and so your oil doesn't freeze up on you. Cool. Because when it's -40 out, you go start your vehicle up, your oil cannot get through your transfer cases and everything else because it's too cold. So you plug your block heater in so that it'll start up without a problem. I've got to plug mine in.
All right. Well,
and it's funny, we had this conversation last night, right, Steve? About plugging your vehicles in.
Well, if Democrats get their way, everybody will be plugging in their vehicles, or most of us won't have vehicles because they're $60,000. You're saying? Yes, I got political.
Oh, look at that, Robin just met Johnny B. So Johnny B must be doing deliveries up on Ottawa.
That did. Lee says it's 35 here, 43 tomorrow, but then the weekend is supposed to be 5 Saturday, and Steve Combs says it's 31 degrees Fahrenheit here. Next few days will be 20 or below here in Texas. That's pretty cold. And Arthur says he'll never have an electric car. Well, they're trying to mandate. Isn't it California that's trying to mandate that you have to have a?
Well, see, so according to Canada law, Canada by 2035, I believe, wants everybody to go electric. Now, I'm not. I don't have an electric car. Okay, that you got to plug your vehicle in to warm up your block heater.
Well, California was trying to mandate that everybody get an electric car, and then they asked everybody to conserve electricity. Ain't not real bright over there.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, like, does the government not know where electricity comes from?
They're kind of dumb.
Because I know
there has to be moisture for snow.
Because in Canada, our power is either comes from coal or diesel generated electricity or water dams, which use diesel to run the turbines. So therefore, you're looking at fossil fuels to get the power onto the grid, right?
The Democrats don't know about
places that do have wind turbines. There are some people that some places that do use wind turbines, but common misconception about wind turbines is you need power to start them up to get them going. So there's a big diesel electric, a big diesel generator, a big diesel engine up inside those wind turbines to get them started going. Now people don't know that. People don't realize that.
They're stupid. Nancy has joined us, by the way. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Nancy.
Wade
How is
says
it
mining a
possible
diesel to
that
mine the battery
five-
stuff.
the colder it was, the more snow it was. Well, see, Lee, I can tell you about meteorological.
Meteorological.
Yes.
Go ahead, John. Has to be
stuff about
moisture to get
precipitation
snow.
and everything else.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it has to be warm in order for it to snow. The colder it is, the more ice you have. The warmer it is, the more snow you have.
Figures that one out.
Precipitation from the clouds. You need precipitation from the clouds first of all, which precipitation goes up, makes clouds, which are cumulonimbus and all the other cloud profiles that you have, which are basically water formed. But when it's cold out, they turn to ice, which gives you ice fog. But when it warms up, the ice turns to slush, which is snowflakes, which are singular ice crystals.
Yep. And now you know.
Well, wait. Apparently, they're opening up a lithium strip mine in Alberta. Apparently, there's a huge lithium area in Alberta here somewhere that they're going to start doing lithium strip mining. And I know lithium strip mining is the worst type of mining there is because it just destroys the land. Oil and diesel are green energy, dinosaur poop. Exactly. Like I know there's probably, I'm gonna go with probably 2 feet of snow in my backyard right now because of how warm it was the last couple of weeks.
It's 2 feet of cold outside, but no snow.
Yep.
Yeah, I went out in my t-shirt. It's a little bit big. It could be a little warmer, but it's bearable.
Well, I came out to my shop just like this, but the problem is that my electric door lock wouldn't unlock, so I had to go back in the house and grab my keys to unlock my door lock, and I came back out and it was like, oh, it's freaking cold.
Wade says hydrogen fuel is the answer. Yeah, we can't be doing stuff that saves money. That goes against their agenda. Just saying.
Hydrogen fuel is the answer. I know they're talking about hydrogen plants and hydrogen reactors and everything else in Alberta and Canada, and they were saying that by 2050, everybody should have a hydrogen reactor in their backyard to power up their own house and blah 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 and everything else. Only problem is, without putting a lot of thought into it, one of the first bombs was the atom bomb, the biggest bomb, Hiroshima, right? And the second one was the hydrogen bomb. Now, if you think about it, what's the last thing that people, that a community, a town, a city needs is a little hydrogen reactor in the back of everybody's yard. Because if one goes off, it's going to be a chain reaction.
Population control.
It's just yeah.
Lee says, I checked the weather. It said it was supposed to be 50 miles per hour windows. Wind, I assume is what he means.
No,
hey, mother, correct. Wade says, unless spend millions importing oil. Alrighty then. Let's spend millions importing oil when we have it in Alberta. Yeah, like we were self-sufficient with energy.
No, we don't even want to. Don't even want to talk about importing oil.
Just saying.
Because
just saying.
So with the 5 large oil sand reserves in Alberta, for starters, the Syncrude and Suncor have done the best reclamation program up in Fort McMurray and the Peace River oil sands areas, where after they strip all the oil sand out, they reclaim the area with all their tailings and everything else, and replant it and repopulate it with animals that have not been in the area for years. And what they've done though is by having all these oil reserves that we're taking out of the oil sands and natural gas out of the ground, everything else, it all gets exported to the U.S. I know Steve's going to argue with me on this and everything else,
Well, we
but
were energy
so
independent.
it all
Just
goes
saying.
it all goes on the world market and everything else. But the thing is that Canada exports so much oil from Saudi Arabia because the Prime Minister has stock in the market in Saudi Arabian oil that he figures it's cheaper to bring it over there than it is to use our own stuff.
Yep. And we were, like I keep saying, we were energy independent, and now Biden's begging OPEC and all these big countries that can't stand us, please give us oil. So stupid. Steve C says the hydrogen in the H bomb just makes the nuke burn more efficiently. The ones that fell on Japan only used about 25% of their nuclear fuel. Back to you for the weather.
Yeah.
It's cold.
So I know
All
that,
right.
like, but like, they want to go green, but the thing is, by going green, and I know people with electric vehicles, but like back in, I'm gonna go when the Chevy Volt first came out. I know a guy that bought one, and I'm trying to lower my carbon
Emission.
footprint on the earth.
Hmm.
Chevy Volt origin date was, I'm gonna go, 2011, so 11 years ago. 11 years ago the Chevys come out, and he's like, oh, I want to lower my carbon footprint, on the earth and everything else. I want to be more green and blah 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 and everything else. And the thing is that he plugged it in at his house, and he drove it to work, and he plugged it in at work. I go, how do you figure you're being green for the environment and lowering your carbon footprint? He goes, well, because it doesn't use fuel. It's electric. It's awesome. I don't spend money on fossil fuels. I'm like, yeah, but you know where the electricity comes from? He goes, yeah, I just plug it in and it's good to go. But do you know where the electricity comes from? Yeah, it comes out of the socket in the wall.
Comes out with kites.
I wanted to throttle him, going, "You're a freaking idiot! It comes from fossil fuels."
God love you, Lee, but you love to stay 30 minutes behind on topics. We're done talking about weather and lake effects. And Wade says most of those cars are going to be junk quicker, and their batteries are thousands of dollars.
Yeah, it's actually cheaper to buy a brand new electric vehicle than it is to buy a brand new battery for the vehicle.
I
And
figure that one out.
we saw pictures. I've seen pictures over in Europe of electric vehicle graveyards that it's not economical to replace the battery the whole entire vehicle is cheaper than just the battery itself.
Or not much. I don't know about cheaper, but only slightly more than a new battery. And you're
Yeah,
right, Wade. That's why I said that.
and
You can get power from kites.
all them
Just kinetic
all them
energy can
lithium
get you
batteries.
power. I have 30,000 gerbils
But,
out behind my shop powering me right now. Wade says, yeah, that's a huge one in France. Lee, we're done talking about weather.
Going with this. Yes, you can get power from kites. Ben Franklin can attest to that one.
Yep, that's what I was saying. It helps if you have a key hanging or something metal.
Last season we got a 14-inch dump of snow. 14 inches. Oh, that's nothing. I remember one time back in the day.
Herb says, Lee
One
not.
night.
Hello, Herb.
Hey, Herb.
Speaking of weather, Herb is feeling a little under the weather, so let's give our thoughts to him and get him to feeling better. Wade says electric cars burn more power in winter as they have to run a heat pump in the winter. Yeah, but government doesn't use logic. They don't care.
my whole thing is, I've seen pictures of electric vehicles, Teslas, for example, covered in ice. You can't open your door, you can't open anything, you can't get them charged or anything else. And the thing is, if you're sitting in traffic in Alberta during minus 40 weather, when it's snowing or slushing or slurry out, you got number one, no traction. You got number two, no heat. Number three, you're going to run out of power. Just sitting there for hours on end. Well, because
Yeah.
I remember I remember one time we were talking with uh, oh my god, I can't. What's his name? Uh, redhead, in his garage.
Patrick.
Mother Dix. Yeah, Patrick. We were talking about Patrick one time, and,
Mother
and,
Dix.
and he said that he loved the pandemic because he can go to work in like 20 minutes because there was nobody on the freaking expressways. But when during the pandemic, like before the pandemic, it took him like 2 hours one way. So could you imagine sitting 2 hours on the freaking in rush hour traffic, 5, 6 lanes, 12 lanes wide in California, isn't it? 12 lanes wide, 2 hours, 3 hours sitting in traffic, and your battery died on you. What are you gonna do?
Now, maybe I don't know enough about warfare and electricity and all that crap, but aren't most power countries, whatever the hell they call them, superpowers, aiming for EMP attacks when they have a major war? Hello, EMP, electricity.
Well, yeah, that just makes sense.
Of course, that would work on a regular vehicle too. But yeah, it's just logic.
Yeah, because it would just shut down all your electrical systems, right?
Well, yeah, but if your whole car is electric, then good God on a stick. Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, living in Alberta with an electric vehicle would suck. That's why I don't want one.
I don't either. And you notice it used to be global warming, but like as John can attest, it's not real warm. See, and now it's climate change. See, because you got to move.
Yeah, it's not warm up here. It's just climate change.
Yeah, climate has never changed. Live in Texas for 1 year, and you'll see the climate changes all the freaking time. And it doesn't do any good for the U.S. to be the superior clean energy, blah, blah, blah. When the rest of the world ain't doing it, it don't make a damn bit of good. Good God, on a stick.
I heard this joke. Well, it wasn't a joke. It was basically a statement. There was a commentator was arguing with a vegan on one of these TikTok or Facebook shorts I was watching the other day, and he was saying that okay, if vegan diets work, then why do animals eat other animals?
Yeah, but they also eat plants.
Number one, and number two, she started going on about climate change, and he's like, well, okay, climate change is caused by airplanes. She's like, what do you mean? Well, it's the airplanes using all the diesel fuel to bring your freaking avocados up to you in the wintertime. So it's all the airplanes that are flying around in the atmosphere that are causing climate change to bring you your freaking vegan diet.
Mike has joined us. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Mike, how's it going? No bobble work today?
Steve C says, I'm looking forward to it being warmer year round. I hate the freaking cold. Well, at least once a year, the world's going to end, depending on who you ask.
It warms up all the time every year, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. Climate's been changing since the beginning of time, and yeah, all that crap. And God, they do snowflakes, no pun intended.
Are you sure this one's been happening since the beginning of time?
Well, there's more evidence of that than the crap they're saying. I can usually read typo news, but I don't have a clue what Lee just said. Some kit the earth, big sweater, we can take it up. What? I'm having a stroke.
Somebody knit the earth a big sweater and we can take it up.
Oh, God, on a stick.
That would just increase the global warming, though. That would increase the temperature. Then it'd be no good.
Oh, no. Mike says, trying to finish my spirit compass so I can make better bubbles. In space, no one can hear you
Bobble.
toot.
Bobble.
Hey, Bubba.
Bobble.
Bubba. Well, we
That's a
could
funny
do
word.
another
Bubble.
reminiscing show if you want to.
Yeah,
You
we could.
remember when we had a sharp stick and a string? Yeah, and a little pebble if we was rich. Don't mind us, John. It's just a live show. Just do whatever you gotta
That's fine. I don't mind quietness. You know that.
do. Ooh. Alrighty then.
But I can just start working on Screw while talking in the background, which I should have done the other day too.
Well, don't leave all the talking to me, because I'll twist the hell out of this show. I have been known to do it. Okay.
That would be too expensive. It's like the rods of God. They cost too much to send up all the new ones all the time.
What are you working on, John? The
Christmas
18
projects.
wheeler. Time's a wasting. Did you know that the
Well-
Mediterranean Sea has been dry at least 3 times in geological history, says Mike?
Well, basically, all the kids are going to get pictures of their Christmas gifts.
You don't
I'll
get
send
it
that,
because it's
yeah.
too cold. Sorry.
Yeah.
And we're not done yet, so there's that. That is the gas tank John is working on right now. Just saying.
There's a Canada postage shortage right now, so your Christmas gifts are going to be late.
Here's a picture. I stopped making people pictures made out of wood for Christmas because that's all they expected, and they usually just sat around anyway. Just saying. Yep. Does anybody else want to reminisce on things we knew about growing up? Stuff we had and, stuff we were talking about on that one show? You know what I'm talking about. And Mike says, how much snow you got? I assume he's talking to you because I have 0. Nancy says, you can tell them global warming delayed their gifts. Wade says, cell phone booths. Yep.
Exactly. There's about, like I said, there's about 2 feet of snow in the backyard right now. Someplace.
Wade says, haha, I suck. How long has it been since you've been to woodenvisions.com? That's too long.
Me?
No, anybody. Well, you too, sure.
I don't know. Oh,
Yep.
wow.
According to everybody I talked to, I still got to get my free patterns.
No. The last one I got from you was those 2 foxes, and that was 6 months ago.
And that's too long.
I go over there. I go over there all the time, but it's just I don't buy stuff.
I know. That's fine. I don't mind eating cardboard. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Good God, on
God.
a steak. That was a joke. And Herb says never, because let's support each other. HerbHooper.com. Mike says. Wade says months. Mike says, me and my friends were so poor when we were all kids. We got for Christmas was a stone, and we got older. The stones got bigger. All right. You see how everybody's supporting me out there in the chat. That's just so sweet. It's just, just melts my heart. I tell you what. And eventually we formed a rock band, says Mike. Thank you once again, Mr. Lee. I was at Wooden Visions earlier today. I didn't buy a damn thing. But in my defense, yes, herbhooper.com has patterns as well, and I believe Lee has someone at PS Wood Machines or some kind of something. I don't remember because I've slept since then, but support each other, okay? Mainly me, but then them, okay? You can get your Wooden Visions thong underwear. Just kidding, I don't actually sell that. Not that you would buy it. Just saying. Yes, it's a guilt trip. Pack your bags. Just a joke. Get over it. Alrighty then. Nancy says, I got my free patterns, but still no saw. Well, I'm fresh out of free saws to get out. Someday, if y'all are nice to me, which is a big if, I may give away a free gross of blades, Flying Dutchman, flat-ended spirals. Just saying. I could do it. But, y'all got to be nice. And that eliminates a lot of y'all. Diddly. Come on, man. You might be wondering, why does John have tape over the hole in his saw? That's kind of a zero clearance thing, or at least betters the odds of not losing a little bitty piece.
Okay, these are all in black. Everything else is red. Red. Chrome.
Lee, you forgot the first part. He just said has my patterns. He didn't list the website or. Yeah, we'll go with whatever. Okay.
Oh, come on. Chrome.
Yep.
So these are all black. Should I make the background? Should I make the background black as well?
Yeah, sure. Art says, I'm always nice to you, Charles. Didn't he smack talk me at least once during the scroll off? I'm just kidding. I'm not that much of a victim, just trying to be funny. Most people are nice to me. Mike says that joke passed so far over Charles's head that it could be seen from your. You said woodenvisions.com has your patterns, but it doesn't have your patterns, unless you mean that's where you buy your patterns, which is appreciated. I don't even know which joke he's talking about. Yeah.
Who wants to buy patterns at woodenvisions.com?
I don't. That'd be silly because I made them all in. You could always go to Stolen Visions. Scott G is joining us from Facebook. Hello, Scott.
How's it going today?
John, say hi to your guest. There you go.
What are you up to?
Oh, the rock band joke. It didn't go over my head, Mike. I just didn't think it was all that funny. Sorry. I read it though. It's all right. I'm not always funny either. Half the time I'm not, or more. Jeff has joined us from the Dutchman's Wood Shack from Facebook.
Hey, Jeff.
Hello, Jeff, and thank you, Herb. Herb has posted a link to woodenvisions.com. Y'all also check out herbhooper.com. Lee says it has my patterns, but also other pattern designers too, like Garnet Hall, Kathy Wise, John Nelson, myself, all have patterns for sale. I know. I was trying to think of all their websites, but I didn't know because yeah.
You didn't know.
I don't know all their websites. Yep. Jeff says, Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. He didn't do the ho, ho, ho part I did, but he did put a picture of Santa and a Christmas tree. Hello, Jeff. Merry Christmas right back at you.
Hey, Jeff, did you get your site up and running again, or you started a new one, or what?
Does anybody else hate it when their sleeve goes up like that? It's a little pet peeve of mine. It's like a crooked blind. Just annoys the crap out of me.
Happy, preppy.
Happy, joy.
Gotta show off them guns, buddy.
Pyong, pyong, yo.
Welcome to the gun show.
I was trying to promote people that were here, Lee. What site are your patterns on, Lee? The ones you design? Isn't it PS Wood Machines or something like that? Herb says cut it off. Oh, the sleeve thingy. Yeah. When I was a teenager, I cut the sleeves off all kinds of t-shirts. Yep, that was cooler than hell. Then something happened. Cool. Yep, and I'm not anymore. So if I cut my sleeves off now, I would look like Izzy Swan. Arthur says your shirt will be fixed when you go live. Connie Beetham says, I just bought 2 more Charles patterns. Thank you, Connie.
What?
Not too long ago, by God, as a matter of fact.
Oh, did you get that other one sorted out on your page there?
I don't know yet. It hasn't mentioned it, but nobody's taken any money. Connie bought a dog laying down and a cabin scene in the winter. Thank you, Connie. I only have 2,000 patterns to choose from.
A dog laying down.
Yeah.
Lazy dog.
Lee says, I support everyone because we all need sales. I like to help everyone in the community. If I can, we are one big family. Amen. Some of us have been disowned through the years, but it happens. Good to see you, Connie. Is your name Connie Beetham or Beetham? Or Beetham? I don't know. I'm big on trying to pronounce things. We can ask Russ Clarity. He's good at pronouncing names.
Right? Yes, the perfect person to pronounce names.
Ask Leonard. He knows. I suspect it's Beetham, but I don't know. Of course, it would be easier for her to tell us by audio than trying to type, yes, it's Beetham. Because it'll still look like it.
It's like asking Jason how he pronounces his last name.
Yeah, and he's like, I don't know if we ever found. I think it was Ricola. Yeah, he said something about nickel.
It was Rickle like nickel.
I know, Steve. I don't know. Yeah, hush. Lee says my pattern site was nice for a while, but I'm way too busy to update it all the time. Well, shoot, I got nothing but time. Listen, I'm clearing trees, but it's too cold for that. Herb says I get treated like the redheaded stepchild. I feel your pain, sir.
I love my redheaded stepchild. She gets my grandkids, my grandbabies.
I have two blonde stepchildren, except they're not really children anymore.
Welcome to the boring Sean Standing Wood.
I don't know how many times growing up people would pronounce my last name Daring. It's like, have you ever written a letter? It's not Dare John, it's Dear. Good God on a stick. Make an effort. Just kidding. Yeah, Jeff says, I'm busy working on trains. Cool. Mike says, oh crap, I forgot to get the paint brushes when I went to the shops.
I like trains.
Damn it, Mike. You like trains? Tyler Dalton likes trains too. And Steve good.
If you don't understand that, and if you guys don't understand that, you're watching.
Then you're not 12 years old. Yeah. Then you're not 12 years old. Okay. This is where all the 12-year-olds hang out. Jeff says, engage. Or engouge. No, engage. It's not gouge, it's gauge. Just saying. Welcome to the weird English language.
Oh, engage.
Yeah. Or
you got a train set. We got it in Germany. We got a train set in Germany. We got it for Christmas one year. I believe it was HO gauge.
Jeff says my layout needs work.
It was built on a 2 4x8 plywood, so it was 8x8 when it was fully assembled. Had 3 tunnels, and it had 4 tracks on it. It was actually pretty cool to play with as a kid, but we weren't allowed to play with it.
Yeah, Mike says they are running a Santa special. They are running a Santa special steam train a few times a day just up the road from me. Jeff says I posted it on FB and YouTube. For you goobers, FB means Facebook.
Yeah, I saw it.
Herb's asking Mike where he's at. I think he's in the UK, but he might be asking more specifics.
Specifically?
Yep. Birmingham, UK, Herb. There is a railway museum about a mile away. Nifty. I'd love to see an authentic old train. That'd be kind of cool. And Jeff says they won't let me do lives on YouTube. I think it had something to do with one of them things he said he got a copyright strike on. Nancy says, she didn't say that. She said, my dad has an HO train. He's been building it all from scratch. He's got mountains, lake with resin, most of the buildings, etc. That's pretty cool. And Jeff says he can't figure that out. Hell, for a while there, John was getting copyright strikes for the StreamYard countdown music. Can you believe that crap?
Yeah, that's why I stopped using it.
Jeff says, I was doing them all of a sudden. Now I'm not. Shit. He said shit, not me. Well, I did say shit because, yeah, there's that. And Mike says, nice, Nancy. Is he in a club? Nancy says, we have the Gold Cast Railroad Museum. They have loads of old trains. I used to take my son there every first Saturday when he was younger. It was free. That'd be cool to get pictures of those for patterns. Just saying. Mary Hernandez has joined us. Hello, Mary.
Mary Kathleen, Mary Margaret. Hey, Kathleen.
And Connie says, I got hubby a scroll saw for Christmas so we can sit in the garage together. Sweet.
Kathleen, you never did message me about what size you wanted those Sonic ornaments.
And Kathleen, do you prefer to be called Kathleen or Mary? Because I always call you by the name I see you under. That's just me. But everybody's calling you Kathleen, so I have no idea.
Because we can discuss that later, or you can talk about it now. You won't get them for Christmas, I'll guarantee you that. But I can start them, and you can have them for his birthday, or
Christmas
his,
of
or
2035, potentially.
or next Christmas.
Okay. See,
No, 2023.
She prefers Mary, just saying. So it's Mary Kay. So I'm going to call her Mary Kay.
Mary
I'm the only
Kay.
one doing it. Just saying. Mike says, I'm going to work on the compass so I will only be able to hear for a bit. Okay, it's Beetham. I was right. Yeah, it's Beetham. Haha.
Was it?
Thank-
Well, that's how it's written, though.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't matter to Russ Clarity. Just saying. So it's B, them, Beetham. Okay, so she prefers Mary Kay over Kathleen and all that other stuff. So we will call her Mary Kay. Lee says, I sent both
Mary
of you guys
Margaret.
workers clothing in my fishing with my dad. Grandpa pattern. He did a great job. Everyone is gorgeous. Sweet. I'm not good at multitasking.
You and me go fishing in the dark.
Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Flying on, counting the stars.
You know what that song's actually about? I actually looked it up.
Well, if you listen to the lyrics, I'm sure it spells it out. Well, go ahead and tell us,
No,
John,
it's
since
not,
you're
it,
snicker,
it's
and
not
I
about a boy
imagine
and a
you.
girl. It's not about a boy and a girl watching the stars at night. It's actually about a bunch of guys going down to the river and having a contest.
What kind of contest?
That's all I'm gonna say about that. I'll let you use your imagination on the rest of it.
Hello, Larry. Larry has joined us, John. You're worrying me, John. Mary says I was Garrett. Well, who the hell? Where did you find out that that's what it meant?
You look up original song lyrics and meanings behind them.
Lying on our backs. Were they all diddling their doodle?
Yep.
That's just inappropriate. I don't think that's true, though. Sorry. But if it's on the internet, it's gotta be true.
Well, you can look it up. Just make sure you turn safe search off, though.
Safe search does not exist on my computer.
Oh, we're live. I shouldn't be talking about this.
Well, I could Google it, Herb. I just think that's weird. Lee says, "Why you got to ruin my favorite country song?"
I didn't ruin it. The internet ruined it.
Why would somebody write a song about diddling their doodle? That's just weird. Well, that makes a lot of options for new lyrics, don't it? Just a comment reader, Mary Kay says my name is Sourpuss. All right then. Is there a story behind that, or Herb says trying to be
Drink
funny?
a lot of sourpuss, do you? I tried sourpuss one time. I can't stand the taste of it. It's disgusting.
I can relate. Y'all have heard my story about sourpuss. Come on now, that's funny. If you know the inside story, it's funnier.
No,
Just
I'm talking
saying.
about the actual alcoholic drink.
Yeah. Lee says it's about a guy and a girl going fishing. See, they had me going with this one square Twilight Paupiere, so I don't know. Mary says her dad called me that. My dad called me that. Mary Kay, I mean. Is that along the lines we're talking here, John? Like the one square thing you had me trying to believe about the fishing in the dark?
Look at it.
I'm googling movie. I ain't gonna waste my time. That's stupid. They don't have a search history, a weird search history, worse than what it already got. There's no way it's about what you're saying. Just say it.
I think I saw it on Urban Dictionary.
Bunch of guys diddling their diddle do. Diddle do. That no. Yep. Yeah. I can't repeat what my dad called me. Although sometimes he called me Clef. Nobody's ever done that. Yep. You're watching What If I Could?
No, I'm not painting wood. I'm staining it.
Yeah. Would that be ebony, sir?
Yeah, actually, this is like the best black stain I've ever found. It's called what's the number on this? What's the name of this? I thought it was called True Black number 274.
Is that Min Max?
Yeah, it's like the blackest black I've ever seen. It takes one coat and it's like instant black.
Nice. What do you use for the silver? Was it spray paint or brush paint or what?
Aluminum foil, aluminium foil. Aluminium foil.
Was that what it was called? Because that ain't actual aluminum foil, is it?
Yeah, it is.
I wasn't here when you did those, so that's why.
Press and seal. Heavy duty aluminium foil.
Alrighty then. Whatever works for you. What happens when that stuff deteriorates? You got big old wooden smokestacks.
Well, it's gonna take at least friggin'.
What kept you from using like silver spray paint?
Or would I paint wood? I don't paint wood.
Why would you wrap it in foil, goof stick? It makes more sense to paint. So does silver spray paint.
I don't paint.
Well, you wrap it in foil. That ain't making the most sense neither. Come on.
Half-life on aluminum foil.
I mean, it looks good, but I mean, shoot, you could. I don't paint. Well, aluminium. He don't want the girl with him to go fishing, says Mary Kay. I mean, I get that you don't like to paint, but if you want something silver, why the hell would you use aluminum foil? Silver paint looks like chrome.
Aluminum foil. Breaks down.
Deteriorate. Yeah, breaks
down. It'll take approximately 400 years to break down the oxidization of aluminum foil.
Once it falls on the ground, then it'll rip.
I'm sure it'll last a little bit. How's it going to fall down the ground? My grandson's going to have it on his wall.
Yeah, because no kid's ever dropped anything.
Nope.
I would have used paint, but that's just me.
What?
I would have used paint, but that's just me. I don't like to paint either, or stain. Herb says,
prefer to stain.
You know, John, by now he thinks outside the box. Well, yeah. I mean, if it works, it works. I just think it's a little weird, but that, doesn't have to go through my approval process. By God.
That's right.
We have 14 people watching, only 4 thumbs ups. What the hell? You definitely do a more variety of projects than I do. I mean, then again, I haven't done a project in a while, but Mary Kay says, I am so tired of the phone ringing.
Turn it off. It's easier. Shut that phone down.
Yeah. It is straight up noon Central Time.
Well, Larry, I do know how to paint. That's the problem. I can make these look so freaking realistic. It's unbelievable.
Jen says, did you glue the foil somehow? If yes, it's just an aluminum version of gold foiling.
Yeah, pretty much. Basically, I just spray it inside, and that way it would just adhere to the wood itself, and then just folded it over. Now on the back side itself, right? I still have wood, so that the wood will glue down to the other wood.
I'm actually impressed on that smokestack that it didn't wrinkle because aluminum foil does that very easily.
Well, it wrinkled at this joint here and at the bottom joint, but I tried to chamfer them down when I put the two different sizes of dowel to it. I chamfered it here and here because this is a 3/4 inch dowel that I cut in half, and then a 1/2 inch dowel that I cut in half, and then chamfered it, and then glued it down there and there. And I wrapped it. Oh, I got some spacer on the back as well. So I got a 1/4 inch spacer on the back side just to give it elevate it off the truck, so that way when it sits on the truck, that the smokestacks don't interfere with the rest of the paint job on it.
Yeah.
The dye job, the coloring.
Well, it definitely looks good. It's just a unique way of doing it, I reckon.
Now, a red truck. Red truck.
Red wine make me feel so fine. You keep me all of the time. Sorry. Lee says, is that still the semi? Well, yes, it is. I'll answer for him. I'm a know-it-all.
Yeah.
That would be the semi you see right behind the stain can. Are you going to, wait, I almost used that P word. Are you going to paint that semi? Girl Saw Cafe. Wesley Balco has joined us from Facebook. Hello, Wes.
Wes, how are you going to sleeping? Are you on night shifts?
How are you going to color that semi, or are you?
I'm going to paint it.
Oh, what? I thought you don't paint. Just saying.
No, I said I do know how to paint.
No, I mean, I thought you didn't like to paint, so you're only painting because that's what would look
I don't
best.
like to paint. Yeah, because I want a bright red on it. I don't have a bright stain.
Wes just says he just woke up. I know what that's like.
The red stains I do have are too dark for what I'm looking for this. I want it to pop up, so I'll be using paint.
Like bright red.
Bright red.
Paint can look cool. It's just a pain in the butt. Staining is a pain in the butt for me too, personally, anyway.
See, but I watered down too, though, so it still shows everything through. So it's not deep, thick paint, like a thick coat of paint.
Not a Christmas order, Lee. It's a Christmas present. And Wes Herb is saying hello to you. Or you said your name. That's how he says hello. And the reason why we're reading comments is some people just listen and don't watch, and the Facebook and YouTube cannot see each other's comments. That's what we're here for. That and the seconds of entertainment.
So I'll be using red acrylic paint. Acrylic paint. Acrylic paint.
Yep.
Mix it with water.
Wes is on Facebook, and Herb and most of the others are on YouTuber. Jen says, I'm home with the flu and feel like death. Very sorry to hear that, Jen. Get to feeling better. Larry says, I don't paint either. It's someone else who likes to paint. And Lee says, welcome, Wes.
You know, this is going to be like, yeah, I don't like it.
Well, even as is, it would make a good gift. I mean, you're going above and beyond as far as coloring and all that. You could have just slapped it all together and glued it and be done. But by God, when you love somebody. Lee says he is supposed to have that done wrapped by Saturday. No, that's Lee asking.
It's not going to happen.
Not going to
happen. I was
happen.
out of town for a friggin' week.
Damn work.
Grandkids got to know to work around Grandpa's schedule. That's all I got to say about that.
Just stick around. One of these Christmases, you're going to get it. Sure. Herb says, well, back to bed I go.
Well,
sorry
if, somebody...
Herb is going back to bed. Get to feeling better, Herb. Go ahead, John. Somebody what?
If somebody had mentioned what the kids wanted, then I would have had them done sooner.
Sure,
but she waited until mid-December to tell me.
Jeff says, hey, what's up? Jen says, my daughter has it too and keeps making herself go to school anyhow. She drives herself harder than an Asian dad. Okay, I literally don't know how she is managing it. I can barely handle taking the dog out. So leave me alone, Credit One Bank. Dag blebbit.
They want to give you money.
Sure. They already did that. Didn't turn out well. Wade says, my A&W onion rings were pure salt. I love onion rings. I haven't had those in forever. Which is ironic because I can't stand onions, but I think that's just the texture. Hell, I don't know. Like fried okra, I love regular okra. No, not happening. John is starting the red painting process. You might just finish this on this live stream, John. Just saying.
Well, I got other projects to finish too, so.
Well, yeah, but this one, I don't see why you wouldn't finish it. I mean, am I accurate in saying that?
Sure.
All right.
I'll be going all day with this anyway, so it don't matter. I'll be going all day with this, so it's fine.
All right. Jeff says, someone asked me why I keep posting a train set and woodworking page, and I said, there's lots of woodworking in this layout. Well, some people are goobers too. Lee, being the one to add pressure, says, you have 2 days. I think you can do it.
Have as long as it takes.
Jeff says, hey, Denise, I didn't see Denise. Did I not see Denise come in? I don't see Denise.
What? Denise is here? Hey, Denise.
I don't see Denise. I think Jeff is incorrect, but if Denise is here, hello, Denise.
Isn't it?
Steve Nealon's asking, have you started the trailer yet, John?
No, I have not started the trailer yet. I'll be
Damn
doing
it.
Saturday. Doing it later.
Wes Balco on
I'm not going
Facebook
to
says
definitive answers of when I'm going to do it.
Scroll Saw Cafe says, I got to get that cabin finished too. I got to get that cabin finished too. Nancy says, it's your page. Do what you want. Jeff says she was. Hey, Steve, Jeff, and we're caught up. All righty then. But they're gonna keep commenting, and I can't get another time.
So I think Wes said he's got another 6 or 7 hours left on that cabin.
One year I was doing those Holes Brothers.
Nothing right now, Wes.
One year I did some of those Holes Brothers, like a letter, a last name within a letter, swirly, googly thing, and those did pretty well. But yeah, there's too much pain in my butt. Wes says maybe 5. Maybe 5 hours, for those that don't understand what he meant by maybe 5. See, if John has a bigger paintbrush, then he'll get done pretty quick when he gets to them bigger pieces.
Doesn't matter how big the brush is, it's on how you use it.
Well, yeah. Even quicker with spray paint. I love spray paint. If I get away with spray paint, that's what I prefer to use. Lee wants onion rings now. Wes says he's using a milking brush. Lee says, good job, y'all.
A what? A milking brush? What are you talking about?
I don't know what the hell that even means. Milk the time clock. Is that's like Robin. She tends to use a little bitty brush for everything. Then again, woodworkers don't always have a big old supply of paintbrushes.
No, I do have.
Especially if they don't like painting. What?
But I do have a big supply of paintbrushes here. The problem is, or not the issue, is I need to do fine detail work on some of this stuff. I don't want to big slathery friggin' paint marks on this.
I get it, Cletus. That's because he's on Facebook, Lee. You cannot see Facebook comments, and Facebook cannot see YouTube comments. That's why we read comments. That are just to prevent dead air.
Dead air.
Scott G, Larry Hedden, and Wes Baco have been the only ones commenting from the Facebook. Hello, Greg. Greg says, John, get to work. It's Wednesday.
I'm at work. Boss told me not to come in, so I decided to come out to the shop instead. 2 a.m. cold. Besides, with the it's thin enough that it goes on easy, quick, watered down, and it's viscous enough that it actually sucks in like a sting to the wood. And you only basically need one coat for it. And it still shows the green through it. It almost looks like watercolors. I just like how they darken up though. Get a deep rich color. think I'll be doing a Scrollapalooza on Saturday. So if anybody wants in on the Scrollapalooza and do whatever you want to do, let me know. I'll send you guys links to come in and do your own craft or do your own scroll saw or do whatever you want to do, whether it be turning or diamond painting or building miniatures, Nancy. Or just hanging
Yeah.
out with us, Denise.
Lee is asking Wes to come on to YouTube. Jen is saying, could just be an ASMR channel of the scroll saw and John smoking. Jeff's asking where Robin is. She's at work. And Wes is saying, is this paint or dye? It's actually stain. It's called pure black or something like that. Minwax.
No, this is red. Hey, Dale.
Oh, no, he was.
This
Yeah,
is red
that's
acrylic
paint.
paint that I went
Yeah, that's
that I bought.
sorry.
So
I was behind.
it's acrylic paint that I watered down to go on like a dye.
Yeah, Greg's saying, you're not painting, are you? Dale Kirkwood of Maple Tree Studios has joined us. Hello, Dale. Hernial Media says, I wonder if you could get that effect by buffing in a powdered dye. That's actually a cool idea. And Jeff says, I should be working on scrolling. Art wants to know what time your Scrollapalooza thing is.
Scrollapalooza on seems to be all day long. I'm not sure when I'm going to start it though. Probably about 10, so about noon your time.
Nancy says, I'm going live at noon on Saturday. I'm doing day 24 and 25. I have a Christmas party at 5 p.m., so I can't go on at 6 p.m. Jeff says, I'm going to be doing a live session on trees and tree species. Mary Kay says, call wash. And people saying hello to each other. Alrighty then.
Call wash? What do you mean, Mary?
She might mean car wash, but I didn't want to tell a woman her business. Light Turner, Scott has joined us. Hello, Scott. Greg says that would be a dry
Thanks,
brush
Scott.
technique, I think, Steve.
Hey, Scott, I got a question for you. Are you on strike as well? So I heard that the railway workers, the transit workers, post office, EMTs, and who else was on strike? Somebody else was on strike over there. Are you on strike as well?
Mary Kay says she will be at her parents' on the 24th. I'll be at my mom's on the 24th. That's me saying that. The last few holidays I've managed to go live. That was back when I went live more than once every 8 months. And Lee has to work.
I think you should start up your daily. Well, if you don't want to do your daily shows, just do weekly shows then.
I don't know. I don't want to disappoint the people. Unless they're disappointed that I'm not doing lives, but no, I don't think that's an issue.
Well, what's what I'm saying? Just try and schedule a weekly show, right? And that way it makes it easier on you because you're not so stressed out about having to think every day.
It wasn't so much stress.
Like me, I started daily shows.
Well, for me, it wasn't necessarily stress. It's just, depression and lack of motivation, really, honestly.
It's because I started the daily scrolls because nobody was on and people wanted to see stuff. That's why I just did it. That's all.
I hear you. If anybody gives a poo-poo, that video, how to use sparrow blades, is now up to 7,134 views. Nice. That's cool. If y'all want a treat, go back to the very beginning of this video and see John's hair. Okay, let me catch up on that. Lee says American Rail was almost of strike. Man, these typos are killing me. Wes says, all right, fellas, I'm going to get up and shower. Won't help the looks none, but might improve the smells. All right, Wes, well, you had fun. Get behind your herbers. Lee says, but they reached a temp deal, but not sure if it's a long-term fix. Nancy says, daily shows is a lot of work. Yes, it is. Mary Kay says, my dad worked Goodyear. My dad worked Army. I worked anywhere I could. He made tires. Cool. Well, Jen got the reaction I expected. She says, OMG, WTF is with the hair. I had to look. You got me to blame on that. He was messing with his hair. I said, you need to frizz it all up and then start the show. I'm trying to get him to do the little pebbles from Flintstones, ponytail up top. Hopefully he'll do that next time he goes live, won't you, John? For the people?
Yeah.
With a little
Sure.
crunchy.
For the people.
Top knot. Yeah, that's... By the way, if y'all are watching and ain't already subscribed, y'all should do that. And Jen says, man bunny. Nancy says, just went back too. Haha. Leah saying, nice. Which Goodyear? Not the headquarters in Akron. With a question mark. I mean, sometimes people forget John has hair under that hat, and good God, he just reminded every damn body he's got a bunch. I've got hair under my hat. I just shave it. So, you know, I'm not balding. I shave my head. Anyway, Greg says I can do a top knot with about 6 hairs. Mary Kay says Tyler, Texas. I used to have very long hair, but God, when you cut your hair buzz cut and then you try to grow it back out, it does not look good. So I just keep reshaving it.
If you wear a hat, what does it matter?
Well, I don't wear a hat to do everything. Luckily, I mean, I don't know why I'm saying luckily, but my facial hair is the only hair that's actually gray. The rest of it's brown. Lee says I'm just down the road from Goodyear headquarters in Akron, Ohio. Mary Kay says they moved. Do you think you'll have to do more than one coat of that, John?
No, I'll show you one of the first pieces I did here.
Okay.
Coats.
Is that one of those
Dry
paints
now.
that looks pink when you put it on, and then when it dries, it looks a little redder? Because it looks redder in the thing that you're dipping your brush into, but it looks pink on the camera, on the door, or whatever it is you're working on. Connie says, I'll be watching. It will be my birthday show. Well, happy early
That's why I
birthday.
like these paints. It's just a regular paint. So, okay, so one of the first pieces I did was here. So this piece, this piece, right? This one is dry already, and it looks a lot about 2 shades darker.
Cool. Well, some people might like a paint
It
trap.
just
Just
darkens
saying.
up when it dries. That's why I
Yeah,
like them.
I like paints that show, or at least have a dot on it or whatever that show what it'll look like when it's dry, because it can be deceiving when it's still wet. Do y'all need a website? Go to horneomedia.com. Need a pattern? Go to herbhooper.com or woodenvisions.com. Need scroll saw blades? Go to woodenteddybear.com. Tell them Charles
Yeah,
sent you.
you're right. Website altogether.
John only got rid of his site because it was too much trouble for how little traffic he got, basically. Is that accurate, John?
Yeah, there's no traffic on it basically, but anyways, it is.
It was no negative
Basically,
reflection
just
on
showing
wooden.
what it was. Is everything's over on Facebook already, but I do got to go over to give me a second.
For what it's worth, your audio is getting choppy again, but so far we're able to make out what you said, or at least I can.
I gotta go. I need to get over to Creator Inspirations and start setting that up some more too. Start
Yeah,
posting over there some more.
I keep forgetting to get going over there. Y'all check out creatorinspirations.com. It's for makers and fans of makers and woodworkers and crafters, all kinds of stuff I got. Mary Kay says her birthday is January 10th. Mine is June 12th. If you want to start saving your pennies, just saying. We got 15 people watching, 10 thumbs up. Appreciate you. Steve Nealon has just put a link to creatorinspirations.com in the chat, so y'all click right on there. Thank you, Mr. Nealon.
I know what I'm making Carrie for Christmas.
This Christmas? Sorry,
I know what I'm making Carrie for Christmas. Yeah, I got to start. Yes, this Christmas I got to start the snowflake for. But I got to figure out what I'm going to make for her birthday on January 3rd.
My wife's birthday is January 21st. I thought for the longest time she was only 44, but she keeps getting older on me. She's 48 now. Well, gonna be 49. My God! And Lee says, "Tell him Lee sent you." That's my line, Lee. Dagnabbit. I'm just kidding over there. Don't you miss them show and tells, John?
Yes.
I'm sure I can find something around here.
Well, I'm sure Lee will be working on Saturday. Oh, maybe not. Lee, you working on Saturday?
I believe he. Hell, I don't know. Greg says, my wife's birthday is January 2nd. Mary Kay says she's 48.
I don't understand what everybody's hang up with ages, because I know there's only one person we all know that won't tell us how old she is. I don't know why she's so afraid of it, though.
Rhymes with schmubbin. Lee says he's 36. I can never remember how old John is. I think he's like 73.
Me?
I know he's younger than I am, yes.
You're like 50.
You're just a little baby. Just kidding. Yeah.
I might as well be 74 with all the knowledge that I have that nobody wants to experience or share.
Yeah. I personally, I respect it, but I don't understand those women that do hide their age. But, to each their own. Nancy says she's 53. I'll be 53 in June. And yes, Lee is working Saturday. And Greg says he's 67. I believe Russ Meadows and Billy Burt Sr. are both dust.
Pushing almost 70, man.
Yeah, you get pretty old there. Nancy says my dad's birthday is tomorrow. Going to see if he will make a brief appearance on my live. That's cool. I just recently lost my dad in the last couple of years. Time passes weirdly after that, but he made it to 76.
Oh, Nancy,
Among
I
number
sort of heard your what you were talking about on your live last night about going live on Thursday night. Oh, you're talking about your dad making an appearance. Oh, okay, that's what it was. Never mind, I just got it. I might not always be all there all the time, but I'm all there most of the time.
Greg says, but I'm not a. Greg says I'm not a woman. Last time I checked. Yeah. Hell, I might as well be. And Lee says next year Christmas I'm off. If y'all are concerned about whether or not Lee had to work next year, he does not. So there you go.
How do you know you're not working next year?
I expect they let him know. I could be wrong. We'll let him answer.
A lot can happen in a year.
User. Larry LC Woodworks is with us. He says, "Hi guys, I quit counting. My birthday's at 25. That was 30 years ago. So I'm guessing he's 55 unless I just screwed up my math." Because he said, because it's Monday
Hey,
next
Larry,
year, LOL. Good to see you, Larry, sir.
So,
Because it's Monday of next year and he's off on Mondays and Tuesdays. But a lot can change in a year. I've heard that before.
yeah, you're gonna change your schedule last minute.
Are you still a security dude, Lee? I've slept since I last heard.
You mean a corrections officer?
No, that would be just security dude. Corrections officers at a prison or a jail. Just saying.
But he was doing corrections, though.
I don't know. He's about to tell us, hopefully. Oh, it's in his contract that he has Mondays and Tuesdays off. That's when he catches up on his soaps.
Renew your contract.
Yeah.
Tell me more. Tell me more. Does he drive a car?
I could see Lee being a cop. I'm going to need you to pull over and look at my car. Sorry. He says he's still Paul Blast. I think he means Paul
Wow.
Blart Mall. He's a Paul Blart Mall cop. He's a security guard. Typo is strong with this one. Luckily, I can read through it. Hey, I'm gonna need you to pull
Get off
over.
the Segway and type with both thumbs.
I gotta frisk you now. Alrighty then.
What was that, Dr. Pepper?
Yes, sir. Would it be anything else, sir?
Might be. I usually got coffee and Sprite on the go.
Lee says, because I work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Well, I gathered that when you said you didn't work Mondays and Tuesdays. And he said weed, as in W-E''D, but with my spidey senses, I figured out he meant Wednesday. And for some strange reason, he didn't abbreviate Thursday. Is there a meaning behind that? No. Ay, caramba. Sorry, typing fast, fat fingers, says Lee. It's all good. I'm fluent in Taiwanese most of the time. I don't have anything to show and tell with, John. Not that's family friendly, anyway.
Why don't you show us your finished Santa project you did on the scroll off?
That's over in the rest of the shop, and I don't really give two poops, and I'm pretty sure most of them don't either. It's finished being cut. That's where it ended. I don't continue after that. And God forbid you throw it away.
Well, you can't say, "Look what I did! Look what I did!"
I'm not one to do that no ways. Well, unless I actually finish a project, which I've been known to do. But these scroll off pieces I just put off to the side, and sometimes I destroy them.
Hey, when's that new Deadpool coming out?
I have no earthly clue. Let me look.
Too?
Yep, but I got a little burned out. I could eventually go back.
For that or Herb?
I can't speak for Herb. I know I was. When does Deadpool 3 come out? November 8th, 2024.
Oh.
So we got a tad bit of a wait.
Really? You gotta wait for seriously?
Sure. Greg says, so you lost again, Charles, on the scroll. I came in second, but yes, I lost by 18 minutes because John is clearly
18 minutes. Clearly cheating somehow.
I was going to say that, but I held back. I'm kidding. Somehow Jerry Brown came in last night. I don't know if he was trying to go fast because he was just being awful casual, but by God, it ain't always necessarily about the win. But it is nice.
Yes, John's clearly doing something different than everybody else.
Like scrolling.
Because I was on camera the whole time. I was on camera the entire time.
I know this. Actually, you had your camera a little off because your name was over where you were scrolling, but that's okay. It was like looking through fog anyway. Connie says 63 on Saturday. Greg says, first loser. See, because he's so supportive. Mark Lindsay has joined us. Hello, Mark. He says, morning, y'all. It's 12:37.
What?
I was saying it's 12:37 Central.
Yeah, but it's 10:37 for Mark.
I know. I'm just trying to give him crap, and then I realized the time difference, and I can't give him crap. But that doesn't stop me. And leave it to everybody to give me crap for coming in second instead of fourth or something. Just saying. Lee says, I'm not corrections, John, because that's pretty insane. I'm worried they would try to stab me a lot. The time with the shivers. Alrighty then. Shiv.
Yeah, but that's what the bars are for.
Shiv or shank, depending on how you look at it, but yeah. Just try to distract him. Say, hey, you want to see my cards? And, do a show and tell with them. They know that might make them stab you. Stick to all learning. Mark Lindsay says, you're not far off, Charles. I didn't get up till 9:30 this morning. Yeah, I didn't get up till 7 something. Usually it's dark when I get up, but what can you do, eh?
Sleep in.
Oh, yeah, I've been known to do that. Just not this time.
Dark when I got up. 5:45 this morning.
That's usually about when I wake up. Well, anywhere from 3 to 6 a.m. is when I usually wake up. But my days and nights are nowhere near set. Mark says, just now getting my first cup of coffee. Lee says they aren't always in their rooms. Are who lonely? John? What do you mean?
Always be in their rooms.
Well, with the right training, Lee, I mean, the odds are they're getting stabbed, but they don't just walk around. Hey, you got to piss them off first. Greg says 18 girls. 8?
No, they should always be in their
Teen-
rooms.
18 girls, not 18 girls, but 18 girls stabbed a 59-year-old male to death in Toronto on the weekend. Sad world we live in. Mark says, I'm usually up between 5 and 6 a.m. This whole world screwed up all to hell. And it all started when folks found the guy that came in second. I'm just kidding. Lee says still have to deal with them even if in solitary. Wonder.
Nope, they're in solitary. They have nothing. Hence the word solitary, by yourself.
Yeah, but then they hold a grudge and then they let you out and they go, pew, pew, I'm stabbing you in your face.
No. No, you're in there for a reason. You're in there for a reason. Like, like rehabilitate yourself on your own. Everybody should be in their cells all the time, 24/7. You want to fight right? Oh, I want to watch TV. Well, guess what? You lost that right.
That's usually what keeps me awake, Greg. Greg says, about the time I go for a pee, Mark. Yeah. I think Lee would be a very intimidating prison guard. Don't you, John?
No.
Scare the holy crap sticks out of me.
You'd be the first one to stab.
Yeah. Yeah.
Friendly.
Yeah.
I didn't mean it that way, Lee. Come on, you know what I mean.
You'll never get me, Kappa. Lee says a lot of jails are not doing solitary anymore because it makes people go crazy. Cray is what he said, but that means crazy for you old people.
And anybody that says cray is crazy.
True. Mark says problem is you don't get out of
they
bed.
Brought in human rights. I think that's the worst thing.
Yeah, because God forbid a proven criminal should do any suffering in a punishment system.
Exactly.
They used to have all those frivolous.
Oh, they're all innocent there, right? So.
Yeah, rubber sheets, says Greg. Yeah, dang. That's funny right there, I tell you what. I have to replace my fitted sheet because it's got a, never mind, that's going to start rumors that I don't mean. That I didn't intend. So I'll just drop the subject. I didn't even have to say a word. Yeah. I don't know how it's humanly or logistically, not logistically, whatever the word is, how if you have 3 layers, okay, you have an upper sheet, you have a set of covers and then bigger covers. Somehow the upper covers go one direction, everything else goes the other. I don't understand how that happens. And Greg says, or depends.
What are you talking about? Upper covers?
Like you got your main bedspread, then you have a blanket for when it's cold. Then you have the upper sheet. The blanket and the upper sheet go one direction, and the main bedspread goes another direction. I don't know how they crisscross like that.
See, I got a fitted sheet, a duvet. That's it. What more do you need on your bed?
I don't have a duvet. Sorry. I just got a blankie and bedspread. Mark says, got a new camera for videos today. Gonna experiment with 4K on the next couple of videos. Sweet. And Lee says, what? What'd you say, John? You got a what?
That I don't have a fancy. I don't have a fancy bedspread.
I don't either. I think our bed's technically called a sleigh bed. You know, she had it when we met. It's a king size. And Greg says, "Sell John your old one, Mark." I don't think your camera's your issue. It's your freaking internet or computer. But yeah, you could sell John your old one, of course. I sold
I got
a
a new camera with my. See, I'm not worried about the camera.
yeah. I sold Patrick one of my old cameras. He said, "Dude, that thing smells like an ashtray." I forgot that everything in my shop smells like an ashtray, so I should have cleaned it before I sent it to him. Nancy says, "What kind, Mark? I'm looking to get new cameras." All right, start an auction, John, because I can't talk that quick. And Mark says, "I'm sticking with camcorders. I got a Minolta. I can't afford a DSLR." Yep, them's not the cheapest things in the world. I use a webcam for pretty much everything. C925E, I believe, is what I use. Logitech C925E. Lee says, "I got a DSLR." Mark says, "It's a camcorder, not a webcam." Yep. I have a webcam, a camcorder somewhere. I just haven't done a project video in forever to even use it. But the one I used to always use stopped working, so I had to get another one. And I couldn't afford a grand old one, but as long as it works. Mike says, "Back having a celebratory cup of coffee." Good deal, Mike. I guess things went well. Lee says, "It's not really good for movies because it's more for photography." Yeah. Greg says, "The South Oregon camera would freeze up too much in Grand Prairie, though." Yeah. Greg, are you in Grand Prairie as well? Or I know that's probably not true, but I'm just asking. I know you're in Canada somewhere.
No, it's in Winnipeg.
Okay. See, I didn't know that.
Winnipeg is 2 provinces over.
Well, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Lee says, and the movies are only
How do you not
short
know
clips.
that?
Because I don't memorize where everybody's from, sir.
Well, you're from Texas.
Yeah. But you've also known me for a while. Greg
Some
says,
part of
middle of
Grove.
Canada. Well, no, because I talk funny. Greg is in the middle of Canada.
I need more room to shut stuff down.
Well, do what I do. Put a trash can over your scroll saw table and use that as a surface as well, and you won't get stuff all over it. I don't know if I said trash can, but I meant trash bag. It'll protect the scroll saw table.
Yeah, but then I got to clean everything else off my table first. Then do that.
Lee, have you ever considered typing all your messages into one paragraph rather than a line? Just curious. Mark says, "I have a lot of C930 here in the office. A C930 and a C615 now. For that, Nancy says, "I have a C920 Logitech and it's not wanting to focus and it shows up dark. I had a Razer Keo that died a few months ago. I use this one for overhead view. The ones that, and I think Steve Nealon can back me up on this. Hello. Oh, Billy's being Billy. Hello, Billy Burt. I'll just follow Lee's
Hey,
lead.
Billy.
Nancy, one thing that might fix the focusing thing is it if you turn off the autofocus. That's Billy.
Sometimes you need autofocus, though.
Mark says, "My old camera was a Canon Vixia camcorder and it worked great."
Yeah, I got a.
Go ahead. I had a Sony. I don't remember what
There
kind, but
was
it was.
a camera.
It worked for me for the longest time, but then they layout changed, and there was no way to reset it, and it was a skewed picture, and I didn't want to have to screw with that. Mike says, Mark, when I finish my current project, I'd love to know how easy or not it would be to make on a CNC. John is looking something up. Please stand by.
See, I'm gonna say my Canon is an EOS. Yeah, EOS 5D, something like that. I put a lot of money into it, and my telephoto lens. I know my telephoto lens alone was $1,000.
Googly moogly. And Mark says, I wondered about that, Lee. I figure a camcorder is made for video, so why play with an expensive DSLR? And Mike says, I suspect easy. And Lee says he feels the love, except he spread it out among 7 frickin' messages. And John said, at least it's not a POS, John.
Yeah, I really don't want to bring it into my shop though, because the amount of money I spent on it. Don't want to ruin it with sawdust.
Yeah. Mike says, wait. Yeah. Mark says, wait. Mike says, I'll be getting the Sony CX405 camcorder after Christmas. Mark says, the structure is easy. Mike, I can't help you with that part. I'm an electronics dunce. Connie Beetham says, electric blanket. No, Charles, Billy said that. What did I say you didn't say? Did I say somebody else's name? Yeah. Billy said, oh, God, my brain hurts. He didn't say that, but it might. Greg says, I have a Canon Rebel XT, Canon 60D, and a Canon 6D DSLRs. You just said, John said it. Sorry, Billy, I'm not even sure I'm awake right now, sir, but credit to Billy. Lee says, LOL, I love you.
Yeah, so apparently that's like the 600 mil telephoto lens they got. They've gone up. This $2,500. I think when I bought mine, it was $1,200.
Jesus on a stick. I think I have a good eye for photography, but I don't know all the
oh
stuff.
Man.
And a partner in a pair
it's so nice because I basically bought it. So when the Swans come back into the city, there's a tour bus. You basically meet the tour bus through Woodlands, Canada, and at the provincial park, and they take you on a bus around all the swan nesting sites. And basically, you can get a clear picture of a swan in the lake. I'm gonna say probably a good 500 meters away, and make it look like it's like right in front of you.
Real quickly, Lee is leaving us. Thanks for being here.
When I first got it, I could stand at my front door and talk away. I could see what they're watching on TV clearly in the apartment buildings. No, I'm not a perv. I'm just saying I could do that.
I thought I heard the sound effect of somebody backstage, John. I could be wrong, but I thought I heard. Okay. Mike's in the UK, Birmingham.
Nobody's there.
Mark, I know I'm not Mike, but I figured I'd answer because I knew the answer. And Lee is leaving us, John, in case you didn't hear that. He said back later.
I'm a dummy when it comes to electronics. Friggin' dummy. Dummy.
Shoot, I'm a dummy with most things, more complex than a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Well, uneducated, I won't say dummy. I'm just having comprehension issues.
They don't make books for idiots; they make them for dummies.
Yes, sir.
Or sorry, they don't make books for imbeciles; they make books for dummies.
Yep. Mark says this new camera has night vision and an IR light. That's infrared for you idiots. And he goes, hee. Greg says I spent big money on zoom lenses because it's easier than walking. Yep, by God.
Exactly.
That's funny right there. I tell you what.
And when I fly, I take a carry-on. I do not want it down below. Ow. That's a sliver.
Mike says, was it Sony that bought out a camera with an IR that could see through people's clothes? They quickly withdrew it.
Hell, even I ordered a pair of X-ray specs back in the freaking 80s, 60s. On the back of the comic book cover.
And for some reason, doctors didn't have those. I didn't understand.
I know, they worked awesome.
Yeah.
Like that X-ray app for your phone you can get now. See through your hand.
Really? Mark says they sold a bunch of them before they pulled them from the market. Mike thinks like I do. I wish I'd got one for scientific research, of course. Yeah, I'm an anatomical researcher myself. Those cameras are pretty desirable, as you can imagine, says Mark. For perverse, says Greg.
All right, let's go with the wall. Actually.
Actually, I knew you could say it.
I'm gonna have to go to the washroom right away. I'm gonna go check the chickens.
Okay, you want me to sing a song while you're gone? Please say no. I'm pretty sure the chat will agree with you.
First. What?
About me singing a song while you're gone. Greg says time for lunch. Be back if you're still here. Who would he what? Huh? Oh, look, he got a bigger brush. Good idea.
What, they don't want to watch me anymore? I gotta go?
No, they didn't say that. No, I'm saying if something to do with me singing, I was, never mind. Because there ain't a lot of folks on the list.
All right, I'm gonna change to. And we lost Charles. So yeah, I thought he was gonna sing for us. Let me change the paper towel. Put the stain on. We lost him. Yeah, if anybody else wants in, let me know. I'll send you guys a link. Oh, there's Mark. Hey, Mark, how's it going?
Hey, good morning.
What are you up to?
I haven't been up for very long, so you'll have to excuse me.
No.
It was a hard time getting to sleep last night.
Why?
I don't know. But last time I looked at the clock, it was like
You're excited about Christmas, aren't you?
it was like 2:30 in the morning, and I'm like, "Holy cow! Come on, Mark." So,
You're
oh
all excited
man.
for Christmas.
Yeah, got a little bit of stuff to do. We got to go shopping here pretty quick. I'm waiting on her to wake up because she was the same. I mean, we were up talking about life, the universe, and everything till about 2 in the morning. And so I'm waiting on her to get ready and raring to go, which will be a while. Then we got to go do some shopping because I'm making a bunch of salami to take over to various Christmas celebrations.
Oh, yeah.
So I got to mix up 15 pounds of salami, cook it off. Mike is asking if I'm still loading up on coffee. Yes, sir. It's the elixir of life. Coffee is proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy.
So when you make your salami, do you use a dehydrator?
No.
Or is it just like wet salami? You know what I mean?
Well, I mix it all up. It's actually very simple. A curing salt, some mustard seed, black pepper, nutmeg, and mix all that up, and then you let it cure in the fridge overnight, and then you can either put it on the smoker or you can put it in a 325-degree oven for about 50 minutes to an hour, somewhere in there, till you get an internal temperature of 160 Fahrenheit, and then that's it. Take it out, let it cool down, wrap it in foil, and freeze it or tuck in. Most folks just tuck in. It tastes better when it's cooked on the smoker, but if you don't have the... Do what now?
You don't stuff it in the casing?
No. The salami doesn't normally need a casing. That's one of the easiest sausages to make because you can start with just plain old ground beef. And then eventually work your way up into grinding your own and what have you.
See, I prefer like the dry salamis and pepperonis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't gotten into pepperonis or any of the other sausages yet. I need to get a better grinder because right now I'm just using a little manual grinder and that takes a bit of time. Little hand crank jobby. I got to get a better sausage grinder and then get a stuffer. I use
I got this pictures going through my head now.
yeah, I know you would. I knew you would. I use a lot of my brisket trimmings, grind up brisket trimmings, and make salami and sausage out of that. Good stuff, Maynard.
Oh yeah, I guess that'd be pretty good. Yeah.
And you grind up the all the fat trimmings and render it down for the beef tallow. And you get a bunch of beef cracklings too. Good stuff, Maynard. I figure I'm paying the same amount per pound for all the stuff I trim off. Why throw it away?
Oh yeah, exactly, for sure.
And you ain't lived till you've had a grilled brisket burger. Dang, that's good.
So what's your average cost on a brisket down there?
It depends
I know
on
here you're looking at about probably like for a full back brisket is probably 100 or two. I'm gonna say about $220.
Oh no, nothing like that. And still get them for anywhere from $45 to $60. But
What?
it also depends on the grade you're looking for. If you're getting choice or prime or whatever, and then you have those aficionados who go for like Wagyu and stuff like that. And I mean, you can pay $200, $300, $400 for a brisket, but that ain't me. I'm too Scottish for that.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not a competition cook. I'm not trying to sell, you know, what I make. I make for Linda and me and family. So, you know, it's a good quality brisket. I spend about $50, $60. And it comes
Mike.
out great. I've never had a complaint. In fact, my sister-in-law wanted me to make one for Christmas, and I'm like, it's raining and freezing fog. I am not firing up the smoker. No.
Hey, how'd your show go last night?
Went great. Went great. It was our Christmas show. We got the audience involved with Christmas music and everything. Went through the top 10 most loved Christmas songs and the top 10 most hated Christmas songs.
According to what chart?
Well, for the top 10 hated, it was a survey of 1,000 people. But for the top 10 most loved, they went with Spotify's play and download list. And it was a pretty fun show. We got a little nostalgic talking about, you know, Christmas as a kid versus as an adult and what have you. It was a lot of fun.
Well, Christmas as a kid, obviously you get Santa presents. Christmas as an adult, you got to supply the Santa presents.
Yeah, exactly. There was some of that, but I mean, it just when you're 5, 6, 7 years old, Christmas is just a lot more magic than it is when you're 50 or 60, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I remember being at my grandmother's house Christmas time and not sleeping at all, and then getting up at probably 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, let's go.
Yeah, really. What are you doing up? Get back in bed. You know?
Well, see, and then I know my Santa, like we used to leave our stockings at the end of the bed. When we get our stockings were so we could play with and eat whatever was in there before a decent time when my parents actually got up.
Yeah,
which was usually 6:30.
Now here's a weird one for you, and this is starting to sound like a trampled underfoot episode, but what the heck? What did you usually get in your Christmas stocking as a kid? Coal. Well, somebody has to heat the house.
Well, see, because in the 80s, uh, they came out with just a raw candy that tastes like licorice, right?
Yeah.
So we had big chunk of coal. There was always a tangerine, a can of I got a can of cream soda because I
Uh-huh.
cream soda was not a big thing. Like it was far between. Two mandarin oranges, some little chocolate Santa, a big chocolate Santa, those wrapped foil Christmas balls, chocolate Christmas
Hmm.
balls, and some
Yeah.
gold chocolate coins, and
Hmm.
usually, and then some fancy Christmas marzipan thing, right?
Yeah. And candy canes, of course.
Yeah, a candy cane, uh, either an actual candy cane or a candy cane stick, like the straight ones.
Hmm.
Um, and what else was in there? A pair of socks, a pair of morning Christmas socks,
Uh-huh.
and I think that's about it.
Well,
Oh, and maybe a little coloring, like a tiny little coloring book too,
uh-huh.
just
Okay.
like
Yeah,
Easter egg.
little gifty type presents. Yes. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you said the one thing, and it was the first thing you said, and I still do not understand this. Everybody I have ever talked to has either gotten a tangerine or an orange or both in their Christmas stocking. And I still don't know why that is.
I think it goes back to uh, uh, Chinese or Japanese history, right? Because the thing is that mandarin oranges are only available at Christmas time, and it's a
Well,
treat.
yeah. I it was common here but remember, Southern Oregon, we're pretty podunk. Um, I kind of figured around here it would be kind of a rare treat because where do you get citrus fruit in the middle of winter in Southern Oregon? You don't,
Yeah.
you know. But everybody I have talked to, and it doesn't matter which state, and now you're in Alberta, so I didn't know if you got them up there or not. But everybody I talked to and I asked just that, what did you used to get in their Christmas stocking? Usually the first, second, or third thing that they mention is either a tangerine, an orange, or both. So
See,
yeah, Billy
and
Burt says
when I
I got a large orange in mine, and he's in Texas. So okay.
when I Google it,
Hmm.
it says that said to represent a gift of gold from Saint Nicholas. It says over time, the Japanese tradition of giving mandarins as holiday gifts merged with the European story, and mandarins became a symbolic representation of the gold coins, and again a symbol of good fortune and wealth. And then
Okay.
In Russia, mandarin oranges are traditionally used as Christmas tree and New Year tree decorations.
See, now I didn't know that part about it, about the Asian connection to it, but it was so common. I'm like, well, where did this come from? So,
Yeah.
Jen says I never got oranges, but I did give them in my kids' stockings. Yep. Billy Burt says he got a large orange in his, and ribbon, and always ribbon candy. I
Yeah,
remember
always
that
ribbon
stuff.
candy.
Greg says Billy
See, but
has big
also
stock.
because my parents grew up in southern Ontario in Harrow,
Hmm.
which is 45 minutes north of Windsor,
Yeah.
and no, sorry, south of Windsor, Ontario. My one my mom's father used to grow oranges in the orchard as well,
Uh huh.
and then when I was born in Germany for 7 years there, that was a thing over there too. In
Yeah.
German German Christmas folklore
Yes.
was oranges, like mandarin
Yeah.
oranges specifically, right? So
Okay. It was just something that I didn't know where that came from, but everybody I knew, that everybody that I've spoken with got one, and I couldn't figure out where that came from, and I never thought to look it up. It's just one of those things that I go, huh, and then move on. Okay.
Plus, also, if you think about it, the orange counteracts the pop, which will bring you down from your big sugar high and your chocolate high. Sort of cleanses the palate between eating all your chocolate and pop, right?
Yeah.
Because
Well, yeah,
there's nothing worse than strung out on sugar first thing Christmas morning.
well, that's also when I have my annual apple because you eat so much chocolate, you have to have something nutritious. So I eat an apple and you get rid of that uneasy feeling in the stomach. It's okay, I'm ready to go with the chocolate again. Okay, cool. Jen says they even mention it in the Little House books. Okay, okay.
Little House on the Prairie.
Oh, the Dutchman is heading out. I'll catch up on the next one. Okay.
All right, Jeff. Yeah.
Uh,
Well, I'm off work today, so I'm going to be on like all day long.
okay. He says he's used coffee grounds for stain and orange peel for some also. Okay. Now I
Never
have
put it with
used coffee for stain, but I have found just about anything um, like beet juice or orange peel or anything like that with a bright color. When you first put it on, it'll be true to that color, but it eventually just turns brown as it oxidizes, even if you seal it.
I remember.
I have,
I remember reading a Wood article. Probably it's going to be freaking 6 or 7 years ago about
yeah,
natural dyes for children,
uh-huh.
and basically strawberries, blueberries, blackberries, orange, coffee, like ground coffee, and natural stains like that you can
Hmm.
dye your wood with. Usually you'd be using pine or balsa wood. Well,
Hmm.
no, I wood for children's toys, but pine, and because that way because kids have a tendency to stick stuff in their mouth, and
Sure.
therefore it's a natural stain that's not going to affect them.
Yep. And let's make it nice and tasty so they'll want to chew on it some more. Well, um, Linda is into natural dyes for fibers. And the thing about it
Oh,
is, like, you can use blueberry, blackberry, things like that, and make dyes out of that. But you also have to use an acid fixer that will set that dye in that color. And people get all freaked out about, oh my God, acid. Well, generally speaking, you use vinegar as an
yeah,
acid, or you use uric acid, which people don't want to hear about simply because it's an
because
extract
of where
from
it comes
urine.
from.
Yes.
Yep, that's what DEF is made out of.
Yep. And Jen says that's the vinegar part. Yes, it's an acid that it's the acid in the vinegar.
Grace
So,
comment, so you don't get scurvy. The oranges are for scurvy. Oranges prevent scurvy.
yeah. Well,
They
I
do. The
the
vitamin
other
C.
thing that made me think about it was a local thing here is because I would say as a kid, well, even today, but as a kid growing up, I could remember just about everybody we knew had a lemon tree. And I could never figure that out. What was so special about having a lemon tree? And it'd be in a pot. They'd take it out when the threat of frost was gone, and it would be outside on the porch or on the patio, whatever, and then bring it in the house when the weather turned colder. And it was just but everybody had a lemon tree.
Hey, Marty, how's it going? Yeah, it's kind of hard to grow citrus fruits up in northern Alberta. It's like too
Yeah,
cold for them.
well, it is here too. I mean, it's too cold for them here as well.
But yeah, like I said, my grandfather had oranges, orange, cherry, pear, and like I think he had two different types of cherries, three different
Hmm.
types of pears, four different types of apples, and I think two different types of orange trees in his orchard.
Yeah.
And then I think mid '80s, the government come down on the orange farmers in Ontario, and they started doing major importing from Florida and California for the oranges. And
Uh,
so basically, all the orange farmers in Ontario were like, "Fine, screw you," and they tore out all their orange trees.
wow. Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah. We had a, a similar thing happen here. Basically, they drove this area was huge for pears. I mean, absolutely enormous. The number of pear orchards in this valley, there were just so many you couldn't count. If there was an acre you weren't using for something else, you planted pear trees, and the big canneries would buy from you. There were brokerages all over the valley
yeah,
that would buy pears and then sell to the canneries. Well, the we were also huge timber industry here. We like 11 timber mills, and the timber mills basically got regulated and driven out of the valley. And when they left, the railroad was went into such a financial state they declared bankruptcy and shut down because they just weren't shipping as much anymore. Well, when they did that, suddenly the pear canneries they had to start using trucks, which drove prices up, which they just, like one, Jackson and Perkins moved from this valley. They're in South Carolina now. Bear Creek Corporation is still here, but I mean, a lot of the canneries closed down and there was just no market for pears here. So they started ripping out the pear orchards and putting in vineyards. Now we got a lot of wineries around here, and now where there used to be pear orchards, it's all grape. So it's just nuts. You go a little further north, up around the Willamette Valley, and there you're into hazelnuts. Down in California, it's almonds. Uh, Larry LC Woodworks says a friend of mine told me as a kid they would use pokeberries to make ink. Okay, not familiar with pokeberries. Maybe I am and don't know them by that name, but not familiar with them.
well, see, so I do know that the last time I was down in Harrow, Ontario, that
Mhm.
most of the orchards and fields, because I know there used to be a lot of tomato growers out there that used to send all their stock to Heinz in Leamington, Ontario,
Mhm.
and then they shut down the Heinz plant, so all the tomato farmers basically were didn't know what to do.
Yeah,
So they basically started either growing potatoes, asparagus, okra, and then
yeah.
when the farmers basically got too old or retired or dead, died,
Uh-huh.
uh, the children didn't want to farm the land, so they basically sold all their land to canneries. So now there's probably like where my grandfather's acreage was, and I know so my grandfather had like 80 acres of orchards. Across the
Mhm.
road was my uncle Elmo, and he grew corn, potatoes, and my other uncle that owned a lot across from them grew asparagus,
Mhm.
green asparagus, white asparagus, and beets,
Mhm. Yeah.
and and sunflowers as well. And I know that most of the acreages in the area are now all wineries, and there's probably a good
Yeah.
40 wineries down there now, and there used to be only
Yeah.
two. One was Peely Island Winery, and the other was Colio Wines out of Harrow,
Mhm.
Ontario, and they were like the the prestige wineries
Mhm.
in
Yeah.
Ontario. And then when Niagara Escarpment started selling all their farms off, all these small little wineries started opening up. So then everybody started
Yeah.
buying wineries out there now too. So
Yeah. We've got a similar situation here. There's probably a dozen big wineries and countless little small mom and pop wineries around here. Lots of vineyards. Um, one of Linda's bandmates, he has a small vineyard and he sells to one of the wineries. But that's just kind of a side hustle. He's a machinist for a trucking company. But that's one of his little side things. He's got enough acreage he can afford to dedicate some to grape.
Yeah.
And keeps him busy, you know. So why not? But up here, folks grow a lot of just in their yards and what have you. There's a lot of cherries, a lot of apples, a lot of apricots. Blackberries, people try to get rid of blackberries here. They're not native. They were brought up here by Luther Burbank, and he brought that. Oh gosh, I can't remember which variety it was. But they spread all over the place, and it's a constant fight to keep the blackberries down.
Really.
Yeah, it is. Well, the birds eat the berries, and then they come and sit on your fence and poop. And then next thing you know, you got blackberries coming up in your flower
Yeah.
beds and what have you along your fence line.
Those.
And they got thorns on them, and I mean, geez, they will tear you up. Okay, Jen asked, were they all Italians? I think you're asking about the lemon tree. No, they were. These are not all Italian people. In fact, most of them were German. So, with the lemon trees, and Marty says he usually doesn't have a problem growing citrus.
She.
I'm sorry. I apologize. My mistake. It's a problem with quoting people you don't know.
Yes, it is.
Chris Carlton says hello.
Hey, Chris, how's it going today?
Yeah, I apologize, Marty.
All right, Larry, just give me a second. Larry's sending me stuff about pokeberries.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Linda found out that there's a plant here. Oh my gosh, it's called woad, and it is an invasive species. But the roots were also used to make blue dye before indigo was discovered. And
So this, okay, go on.
go ahead. That was pokeberry?
That's a pokeberry.
Okay.
So they start off green, and then when they what's the word, ripen, because they turn
Mhm.
black.
Uh-huh.
I've never seen one. I don't even know
Me
what that is.
either. It looks like a blueberry kind of, doesn't it?
No, it looks like it looks like a blackberry, but it grows on like a long stem, like a long twig sort of thing. I look this up now.
Yeah, Wade says he loves blackberries. I do too. I will tear up some blackberry jam, blackberry cobbler. Oh, I love blackberries. It's the plants you got to get rid of. But you can walk along the river, or I mean, there are fields that are basically, open and abandoned, just vacant, that are just acres and acres of blackberries. So if you want blackberries in this valley, go get them. Larry LC says they are magenta, but they're poison to eat. Okay, well, maybe that's why I don't know anything about them.
All parts of the pokeweed plant are poisonous, especially roots and seeds, but its toxicity is generally considered to be low. Pokeweed can reach up to 10 feet tall and has distinctly red stems and berries that change from green to dark purple when ripe. Um, so apparently, also simply touching the pokeweed roots, stems, leaves, or berries can provoke allergic reaction, very similar to poison
Wow.
oak or ivy. More
Wow.
mild cases happen to be when the berry juice or plant sap comes in contact with the skin. Exposure to toxic proteins can cause an inflamed blister-like rash, and they are used
Wow.
for in foods. Pokeweed berry is used as red food coloring, as in wine coloring agent. In manufacturing, is used to make ink and dye. There you
Huh.
go.
Okay. Uh, yeah. Mike says woad dye is also a hallucinogen. I didn't know that. It's what Celts painted themselves with before a battle, like in Braveheart. Okay. Yeah. Linda found out that this invasive weed does grow here, but it's big time growing in California. And one of her bandmates, one of his jobs is he works for Department of Fish and Wildlife. One of his jobs is weed eradication. So what he does is when they dig up woad, um, he'll cut off the root, and we'll come home and there'll be a trash bag full of woad root on our front porch, and she extracts it and makes the dye with it. And there's a big old long process you got to go through to turn it into a dye. There is also it's a lichen, not quite a moss, that grows in oak trees, and it's not mistletoe. It's kind of grayish, bluish gray lichen. Looks almost kind of sort of like Spanish moss, but not really. But it's kind of sort of the same thing. She'll
Okay.
collect that out of friends' oak trees every year, bring it home, and then there's a process that she goes through that makes purple dye. And I mean, taking this moss and boiling it down, and you gotta seal it up as soon as you get it boiled down to reduce the amount of oxygen it's exposed to, and you put this acid in it, and then you put some lye in it, and then you do this, that, the other, and by the time it all comes out, it's a bright purple dye. And you gotta wonder, how the heck did people discover this? Because it's such an exact process. You have to follow it exactly step by step, or you're just going to get brown water.
Yep.
It's like, who was the first person to discover this crap?
Well, it makes you wonder, like, about some of the stuff in life. You're like, why would somebody eat that?
Yeah. Who was the first guy to eat an oyster?
Exactly.
It was like, yeah, that just doesn't make me hungry. I'm sorry. No, try it, Jesse. It's great.
Uh,
Get that out of my
oh, you
face,
don't like
man.
oysters? Try a mussel.
Yeah.
You don't like oysters? Try a mussel. Here, try them.
Or crabs. Look, there's a big insect I pulled out of the water. Let's boil a couple of these up and have them. Let's see here.
Crabs,
Chris
lobsters.
Carlton wants to know, have you stayed indoors all day with the M62 being shut all day in caps? I don't know what the M62 is. Must be a highway. Tommy's Workshop says hello, joining in. Larry says it's like, how did the Indians know to boil the hides in the brains to cure it? Yeah, I mean, Oh, okay. Chris says that was for Tommy. All right. Asking about the M62. Okay.
Yeah, like some food, you're like, why would you even try that? Why, like, who was the first person to eat it? Well, they didn't
Well,
die. Let's throw in our salad.
yeah. Here, you test this. Well, it's kind of like cranberries. The cranberries we eat now are not the same cranberries that were native when the Europeans got to North America. They had to do several different hybridizations to make them edible. And it's like somebody must have really wanted their cranberries because the others, uh, the older ones, they would cause an inflammation. If you bit into it, it was like biting into needles. And they found that the only way they could actually eat cranberry flavored anything was they would soak it in rum because evidently there's something in sugar that neutralizes this toxin that's in the cranberry.
Really?
And so they would, basically pickle these berries in big kegs of rum, and that's how everybody got their cranberry. But after years of hybridization, they hybridized that out of it, and now the cranberry we have today are descended from that research. So, I don't know if I want to read that, but I will. Larry says, my grandma, when I was a kid, always told me for an earache, you pee in a spoon, then pour it in your ear. Yeah. Okay.
Well, okay. Going on that lines, who was the first person that said, hey, you know what? You, you know what a good cure for jellyfish sting is? Hey, let
Hmm.
me pee on your leg. It'll work wonders.
You would not believe some of the stuff that folks used to think was true medical science. I'll give you an example, and I discovered this when I was trying to figure out the origins to some of the sayings that we have. And the saying I was looking up to try to figure out where that came from was, "You're just blowing smoke up my butt." I thought, well, who the heck tried that, and where did that come from? Believe it or not, it was, and this was established medical science, that it was the way you resuscitated someone who was drowning was blowing tobacco smoke up their rear end. It got to the
Really?
point to where in England they invented this little bellows that had a little chamber that you put pipe tobacco in, you lit it and you blew on it and got it going, and then you started working this bellows, and it had a little tip, and you stuck it up somebody's posterior and used that bellows, and that was how you resuscitated a drowning person. Yeah,
Wow.
that was accepted medical practice, and that went all over the world. It was later discovered to be absolutely bogus and did nothing. And the term blowing smoke up somebody's rear became synonymous with what it means today. The things you learn on a live stream.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, it's like I know electroshock therapy was used for menstruating women.
Yeah.
Women that had the vapor. Oh, I got the vapors for for fainting
Mm-hmm.
and all kinds of mental illness.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And cornflakes was first invented for um,
Yes.
as a laxative.
No. Nope. It was not a
No,
laxative. It was
I thought
discovered
it was
by
the first.
accident, but it was J.R. Kellogg and his brother. ran a quack sanitarium in Michigan, and they thought that I don't know if you want to go into this.
That's fine.
They thought that a diet of cold cereals and fresh vegetables and things like that would lower the libido, let's say, and would prevent self-abuse. Let's
really?
say, yes,
Okay.
that's what he firmly believed that.
I don't know.
He was on a one-man crusade to stop that practice, and he believed that a part of it was the diet. And him and his brother started this sanitarium, and people came in and were for quote unquote treatment, you know. Larry says, here's some stupid info. It's illegal in Arizona to lick a toad's back. The juice is a hallucinogen. Yeah. Not only there is some truth to that. I don't know about the law in Arizona, but when we were stationed over in Hawaii, we were told about this one frog that if you licked the back of this frog, there was a hallucinogenic poison that was excreted by it. But I never experimented with it myself. The Hawaiians talked about it, but and Greg is sharing how he likes to have his blueberries on cornflakes. There's no representation of. Never mind. No significance to blueberries and cornflakes, huh? Okay. Didn't know I could tap dance like this, did you?
So what projects you got in the go?
What projects do I got going? Right now, my big project is making more American cheese and making salami. In fact, as soon as she tells me she's ready to go, I got to go in and get cleaned up and go, so we can go to the chef store and go to gather up all the supplies, and I can get salami mixed up and make some cheese.
Do you make your own cheese?
Well, I make American cheese. Basically, I'm making my own Velveeta. She occasionally will make mozzarella. I guess you would call it's kind of mozzarella. I guess you would call it farmer's cheese or something like that. It's a soft cheese.
So you guys use Renin for that? Like, is Renin readily available down there?
We order it. We can't get it local. We just don't have any shops here that carry it. But we order it off of Amazon, and you can get rennet fairly easy.
Right.
Uh,
That's a Renin.
yeah, and the same with I use for making the American cheese. It's use sodium citrate, which you can make yourself with baking soda and citric acid, but it's real cheap to buy, so I'll just buy it. And that's an emulsifier that keeps the milk fat from separating from the milk solids when you melt down. Like I use medium cheddar and Colby and a little bit of Monterey Jack, melt it all down, and then I pour it into a silicone miniature loaf pan, and it's very good stuff. Makes excellent grilled cheese sandwiches. Oh my God, it's good.
Gotcha.
Great stuff. Just a lot of stirring.
So you're gonna have a fun day ahead of you. A couple days ahead of you.
Yep. Well, it's the prep is the hard part. Greg is asking, ever smoked cheese? No, I don't have a cold smoker. I'm gonna get one, and I'm gonna experiment with smoking some cheese. I love smoked Gouda, and I'm gonna
Oh,
experiment
smoked
with
Gouda's the best.
making my own. Oh yeah, I love smoked Gouda, and I want to make some because I want to have some smoked Gouda on a brisket burger. That would be good. Yeah, Marty says same here. No shops carry rennet. Yeah, you can get it on Amazon. Our mutual friend Doug, he makes cheese, and in fact, he's got me into looking into how to make my own cheese curds for poutine. It's pretty labor intensive, but
Cheese curds. Yeah.
yeah, you got to have fairly fresh cheese curds to make good poutine because the stuff we can get here in the dairy section of the supermarket, God knows how old it is, and it takes it a while to get up to temp to start melting in the gravy when you pour the gravy over the French fries. I'm on a campaign to get poutine brought down to the U.S. Folks, we got to do it. We got to do it.
Not that hard to make.
Nope. If you can get a hold of cheese curds, it's not difficult to make. French fries, brown gravy. Well, Greg, he says hotter gravy. I mean, take fresh out of the pan, it still takes it a while because the curds are rolled. That's all there is to it. We even take the curds out about an hour and a half before we make the get the French fries going. Let it warm up. Marty
Greg, I didn't
says.
want to say hotter gravy, but
Marty says she has to cross a bridge to get good poutine. Okay. Nothing worse than old
see, I
curds,
know
says Greg.
when we used to get it, it used to be they'd make it and then actually put it in the oven.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
Yeah, put it in the oven and bake it. That way, your poutine starts to melt as well,
Yeah.
or your cheese curds would start melting.
Mhm. Well, we discovered that as I was making some American cheese, and it, like I said, it's a mixture of 3 or 4 different cheeses with some heavy cream and sodium citrate in it. You get it all melted down, and before you pour it into the molds, it is absolutely the best queso for nachos you will ever make in your life. You put some onion, garlic, and tomato in there, and and then pour it over tortilla chips, and oh my God, is that good? It's like, give me more, give me more. Add a little bit more heavy cream to it so it doesn't stiffen up, and as it cools down, it stays like a sauce. And oh my God, is that good? Lee Niden's back. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Greg says Alberta poutine has ground beef in it. You know, Linda and I were talking about that. We were
Well,
thinking pork gravy with diced ham in it.
I know there are at least 3 poutineries around,
Mm-hmm.
and I know there's probably at least 7 or 8, probably 20 or 25 different poutine things on their menu.
Uh-huh. I imagine you can come up with all kinds of variations. He says Newfie poutine has fish
Oh,
in
there's
it.
all tons
Okay.
of.
I can see that. Larry says, Mark, I use a regular smoker to cold smoke cheese, just smoldering coals, wet red oak sawdust on the top rack. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I have an ugly drum smoker and I haven't really experimented with it. I want to get one of those spiral smokers that you pack with sawdust and light one end and it, cold smokes around the as it burns around the spiral. I guess you're supposed to keep the fire temperature below about 120, 125, something around in there. And my smoker, I mean, the lowest I've cooked on it is 225, and it'll motor right along at 225 for hours and hours. But I've not tried to run it that low. So Lee just got back from gorging on onion rings. Okay. Greg says I was going to make a drum smoker, but my drum was plastic. Well, Greg, you can do anything once.
That's me. I've seen that. It's like those barbecues they made out of the 50-gallon blue drums that everybody has around.
Yeah. I just went down to my scrap metal dealer and bought a 55-gallon drum from them. It was $8. Cut the lid out of it and burned it. Burned hell out of it, propane torch. And burned all the paint off, burned all the grease out of the inside, burned everything out of it. And then took it down to my local sandblaster and I said, could you blast this inside and out for $20? And he said, yeah, sure. So he put it in line, sandblasted it inside and out. I brought it home, painted the outside, sprayed Pam canola oil all over the inside so it wouldn't rust. And then just to let you know, a 55-gallon drum upright, the lid from a 22.5-inch Weber kettle will fit almost perfectly. It needs a little bit of massaging, but not much. And the grills fit inside that perfect. So I found an old Weber kettle on Craigslist that somebody had in the free section, went and grabbed it. The legs fell off of it and all that other good stuff, so it wasn't worth a damn. But I made the charcoal basket with the coal grates and then got that rack and went down to Wally World and bought another rack. So I've got 2 racks in my smoker. Works like a champ. Greg says, I dragged home empty bulk 2-stroke oil drums from work for burning barrels. Yeah, that would make a drum smoker. I wanted, this was about the time the Weber Smoky Mountain cooker came out, and I wanted one, but they were $400. And it's like, I can't afford that. I'm not paying $400 for a barbecue. And then I got to looking into making a smoker out of a 55-gallon drum. And everything all told, this cost me $80 to build, and I've had it for, oh gosh, coming up on 10 years now. That's the best $80 I ever spent.
Yeah, that's a good deal. Lee, if you want real onion rings, you got to go to A&W. A&W has real onion rings.
A&W's got
Real
good
onion.
onion rings. Yep. We got a place local here that makes real good onion rings too. They're thick. Nice big thick suckers. And if you don't have a need for that big, huge drum smoker, the smaller 35-gallon or 30-gallon barrels, the lid and grill racks out of a Weber Smoky Joe fits perfect. Greg says, I have a stainless beer keg I should make a smoker out of. No, that should be used as a fuel tank on a hot rod. Lee says, we have an A&W, but in Kent, not close by. Where are you at, Lee? We also
I'm going to
have
say Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio.
Cuyahoga Falls. Okay. We also have a root beer stand, but closed in the winter. Well, that don't make no sense. Our A&W closed down, and I don't think it's coming back. Okay, Lee's in Akron, Ohio. Okay. Okay. Greg says Kent is in England. Yeah, well, there's a Kent, Washington, too. Evidently, there's a Kent, Ohio.
There's a Kent, Ontario.
Kent is in Metropolis. He works for the Daily Planet. If you know, you know. Oh, okay. Lee says the owner is old. He went to warmer climates until spring. Okay, well, then that makes perfect sense. Larry says the key with using an oil drum with fire is keeping it dry when not in use. I used high temp flat black spray paint on the outside of my drum. I used a high temp primer, then I used high temp flat black, and I coated the inside with PAM vegetable spray on vegetable oil, and then lit a filled up the charcoal basket and ran it until that charcoal basket was till it burned out. I cooked a few things on it at the time, and that seasoned the inside of that drum. And like I say, it's about 10 years old, and I haven't had a single issue with it. And it stays outside. It's a pain in the butt to clean out, but I put a wire handle on the charcoal basket. I just pick it up, shake it off, shake all the ash out of it, set it aside, and then you got to pick up the drum, tip it over to dump. And I just dump it onto or into a cardboard box, put that in a trash bag, and off it goes. But I've never had rust issues, and I use heck out of that smoker. Most I've ever cooked at one time was a turkey, 4 pork roasts. It was about 30 pounds of about 35 pounds total. And the longest I've run it, I've had a couple of 18-hour cooks. But when I do pulled pork, I start it up at about 11 o'clock at night and get it rocking at about 2:50. Then I go to bed, get up in the morning and go out and check on it, and it's still cruising along. Then just probe test the pork, and when a bamboo skewer goes through it like you're putting it into a cube of butter, it's done. Pull it, put it in the oven, let it rest, then start shredding. Greg says you should make a viral video of you shaking your ash, Mark. Nobody wants to see that, Greg. Nobody wants to see that. Nancy says, stop it. My fridge is empty. Oh, hey, Nancy. That's the camera I got today. Little Minolta camcorder, flip out screen, the whole thingy. And about $180. So that's what I use to shoot videos, or what I'm going to use to shoot videos. My old one was a Canon Vixia that I got at Best Buy about 10 years ago. And it's just old and things have broken on it. And, yeah, old school cam. You're absolutely right. It's a camcorder. It's digital camcorder. It uses a memory card, goes into that little cover down there. Right now it's got a 32 gig memory card in it. I've got a 128 gig card coming. My old Canon used this 64 gig SD card. And just go for the gusto. And I use a dig it out here. Come on, where are you? There you are. I got a Zoom H1 digital recorder that I use with a little El Cheapo plug-in lapel mic. And I record the audio on this. And I'll take the audio off of the digital camera or digital recorder, run it through my audio processing software, and then I sync them up in my video editing software, and it's real simple, real easy to do. It sounds more difficult than it actually is. Lee says he's got a Rebel TI3. Okay. I've heard a lot of people use the DSLR cameras, but when I go to look at DSLRs, a lot of people using the what are they up to now, T5 or T7 or something like that. I just can't bring myself to spend $800 on a camera. That's entry level.
You're in the middle of something. I was just saying we should ought to get.
So,
you get off right away?
Lee says it's not really good for videos. It's for small shorts, clips, never long videos. Used to have to take them all and put them together. Yeah. I guess the new ones are much, much better. And they will take longer video. But I figure a camcorder is a heck of a lot cheaper, and it's made for video. I mean, that's its job. It takes rotten still photos, but I'm not a still photographer. Jen says, so rip the audio from the video, replace it with the audio from the voice recorder. Yeah, that's what I do. My editing software will let me split the audio track And what I do when I start recording is I'll come around in front of the camera and just clap. So I get that loud audio spike that you can see. I mean, it's a massive jump. And then I'll bring in my video, split the audio out of that into the audio track. Then I'll bring in the audio from the digital recorder and I'll line up those two audio spikes from the clap and play it and kind of adjust, play it and kind of adjust. Takes about 5, 6 seconds to do. Then I just delete the original audio track and it uses the audio track from the digital recorder, which is much, much better. Doesn't have a lot of ambient sound or anything like that. Um, Greg says DSLRs do good video, but they heat up. That causes the chip to overheat and shut down. Yeah, I've heard there's some heat issues with them. Jen says you use Filmora. Sounds like mine. No, I don't use Filmora. I use Corel Video Studio, but I hesitate to recommend it to anybody because it crashes quite a bit. And I have learned that when I make an edit, any kind of an edit, I save because it does crash quite often. But I've had it for so many years, that's what I'm used to. I've downloaded other editors. I just don't know anything about using them. When it comes time to edit a video, I just open it up and use it because I know it. I just being lazy. I got to get in and learn the other stuff. So, yeah, I want to get caught up on comments, John. Linda just told me she's ready to go, so I need to go get cleaned up. We got to go do our shopping and get back.
Okay, no problem.
So, if you're still on, I'll come back if you want me.
Oh, well, I'll be here.
Okay. All
I
righty.
will
Well,
be
thanks.
here. Have a good time.
Well, thank you very much. Have a good afternoon, and I will catch y'all later. If I don't see you guys later on, um, yeah, yeah. Jen says purposely don't sync it and pretend you're a Godzilla movie. Yeah, well, there are some folks that would say that that's already happened. Uh, if I don't see you later on, y'all have a great Christmas and take care. Thank you for having me, John.
All right, have fun. Thanks for being here. And now it's going to get quiet, 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 unless anybody else wants in on the panel. Otherwise, it's quiet. I finished staining the truck, but it's not together yet. Okay, now, look how back here. What are you guys talking about here? I said I like using it, but some days it's frustrating. I've been needing a new computer for months now. This one's not going to last long. Yeah, that's mine. Nancy from More 10 crashed on me quite often after the update, but they finally fixed it. The latest version has been fine. I've updated to 11. Sometimes it just shuts down the program without warning. There are YouTube vids that show you how to optimize and help prevent crashes. I looked at those. I've done everything they said to do. I believe it's my computer. Ariel's looking great. Thanks. So the thing is, so when I paint, I know I know how to paint, right? So if you look at the back, there's Ariel. Ariel's a clown, right? But the thing is, I don't want to paint the front of her lips because see, like technically, there's her mouth when it's open. There's the back side of her lips, but when she's together, it just creates that shadow for her lips that I'm looking for, right? Yeah, see what I did there? So that way the inside of her lips are painted and the paint is on the background of it, right? And you paint the backside just to give it some depth. So when she's together, she has some shadowing, and then she actually looks like she's got some lips on her, and you can see the inside of her mouth, her baby blue eyes, and then her bra, her clam bra. So I actually did that in two colors as well. So this is a lighter purple, then I added some blue to the purple to make it deeper, so that when it's layered, it looks like that. See that? And also be sure and do your sides too. Be sure and do your sides all the same color as well, where all the colors are going to match up. So that way it looks like it's layered properly. See? It's the little things. Yeah, Nancy, I can give you help on painting, painting with wood. Thanks, Herb. I have to do the raised letters numbers on the weight plates I got for my son for Christmas. You got to paint them, Jen? Because I know doing raised lettering with a background. Um, Two ways to do it. One, either use a roller and use some really thin paint, do a couple coats of it, or two, put some tape over it. Take something hard, rub over the top of that, and that'll keep your raised fronts clear. Like peel it off, like or just tape around everything. It takes a lot of work. Or just put a piece of tape over it, rub over it, and your numbers and weights will actually come off the top of that, and then paint over that flat, and then peel the tape off, and that way it gives you a nice clean finish on it. Yeah, I'm just working away, working away. I just gotta I gotta get skin tone, basically pink. Gotta keep her looking cartoonish though. I'll do whites of her eyes after, and the white teeth. I'll do that after as well. Just gonna get some skin tone here first, and then I'll worry about her tail and her uh, flora, fauna, and the rest of the clams after. Let's get some pink going though. So I can use this red. I don't want all of it though. Thanks, Wade. Oh, John will offer courses on all kinds of fun stuff. If there was enough interest in courses, I could do a painting course. If there's enough interest in scroll sawing, I can do scroll sawing courses. Should start with white and add red. We're new here. Flesh tone. Don't think a scroll saw is in the works soon. Been rough these last 2 months, but we'll hit you up when I get mine. Yeah, not a problem, Nancy. Orange. I don't have orange. I don't have all the colors. But I know how to mix colors. We know John's not a painter, though. Yeah, it's more of a peach. Almost like that. It's actually a little lighter than this, but this will work. It was way too much paint for what I need, though. I should be using a palette knife and a freaking glass plate to mix my paints, but this is fine. Sure, Cam. Just give me a second. I'll send you a link if you want to come on. I just gotta find it here. Do 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 do. There you go. I still need to get the pinless conversion piece of my scroll saw so I can use spiral blades. Yeah. So depending on which brand you got or what style you got, Seiko Pegas has them, the conversion kits. No, I'm not doing a Bob Ross knockoff. I got the hair though. I still doing it though. They're making fun of me. Hey Cam, how's it going?
Good.
I can't. Oh, what are you up to?
Oh, still 6 feet, I think. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, seriously. That's way too pink. That's not going to work for me. You're not in your shop. What's up with that?
I haven't got there yet.
Uh,
The I got to go do the clear the driveway later. But never put off till tomorrow, which you can put off indefinitely.
Exactly. Snow it or what?
We've been getting a little bit of snow every day, like, an inch, half an inch, 2 inches, just enough to annoy you. I like going out there, clearing the snow, and then you're done, right? But
Yeah.
no, that's not what we're doing. At least we're not as cold as you.
Yeah, it was pretty cold this morning. I was not impressed with that. But it gave me, gave me a chance to get in the shop and do some stuff.
We're minus 23 Canadian right now.
Mine's
You're right, Billy.
37 right here. What's
Hard
that?
work pays off later. Procrastination pays off now.
Yeah, it's minus like I said, minus 37 here right now. But that's just regular temp. I wonder what the freaking wind chill is.
Jen's saying you're knocking off a Bob Ross video. Painting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was outside last night and we were minus 24 or 5 and no wind, and it was good. Nice. But it's the wind that makes it a killer.
Yeah, I know it was yesterday. Well, I was off roading yesterday too, and because like I said, like out in the morning, it was minus 42 working outside, and then the boss said, "No, might as well just go home. Not even worth staying, doing stuff." I'm like, "Yeah, that works for me."
Well, you go out there and you get injured or whatever because it's cold, or you break things and you end up costing more than you're making.
Well, I got in this argument with this freaking engineer yesterday too, and I didn't feel like dealing with him, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna go warm up. Because frostbite's not worth this job. Any job is not worth the frostbite you get. So
Mm-hmm.
he's like, you gotta get this done. I'm like, yeah, just relax, man. The job will get done. Just let me warm up first.
Well, when I used to travel, about 45 minutes to work on a, snowy, wintry, blowy, icy day, I'd think like, okay, if I go in the ditch, it's going to cost me more to get out and get home than I'll make all damn day.
Yep.
So at some point in time, you have to balance it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Chris Charlton is heading out. See you, Chris. Looks like JJ has joined us.
Back again. So what are you working on? You got anything on the go right now? You're still working on another skidoo?
I'm still working on a damn mini bike that I've had on the bench for a long time.
Oh yeah,
It's
that's right. It was the mini bike you were working on last.
Well, I sold the first one, and okay, that's good. It's gone. Now, then there was another one there, and I thought, well, I'll just get this one going. Well, the more I get into it, the more it needs, and the more I think I should do. I don't know why I'm doing it, but whatever. But other stuff is getting in the way. Having to, the wife's car doesn't want to start when it's cold out, so I got one of these battery maintainers that you can plug in, and you can wire it directly. It's like a little wee battery charger, but it goes on float when the battery's up to snuff. And
Okay.
so I put one of them on, and just one thing leads to another, and I got to do this and do that, and another thing, I broke a tripod, and I don't know why I'm fixing it, but it just one of those things. I guess you get old and get stupid, but like my dad, it came from when he grew up. He grew up through the Depression. So did my mom, and
Yep.
there was nothing. People didn't have anything, and when they did have something, they kept it and fixed it and whatever. The old web lawn
Yeah.
chairs you used to get. Well,
Yep.
he'd re-web them, and this kind of stuff. Like,
My dad used to re-web them every 5 or 6 years, I think it was.
mm-hmm.
I'm like, just buy a new one.
Yep.
Oh no, they don't make them like this anymore.
So now to me, it's a bit of a challenge. I'll see if I can fix this darn thing, and why do I need it? Not really, because I have another one, but on and on. Just it's one guy to say, what do they call it? It's therapy. And you
Yep.
go to the shop and you tinker away, and all of a sudden, the day's gone or the evening's gone, and yeah, what'd you do? I can't remember, but I had a good time doing it.
Exactly.
Mindless, whatever. It's a break from watching, movies or YouTube or whatever.
Well, it also keeps your mind running too, right?
Yeah.
Like, how can I improve on this, and how can I make this last longer, so that when it happens again, it won't be as tedious to fix.
hmm Hello, Denise.
Oh, it's not really an Arctic blast. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a polar vortex.
Oh my God, I can't. I wish they'd stop using stupid words like that.
Oh, but it makes for great weather reports.
El Nino.
Yep.
Nina or Nino? I don't know.
There's two of them. The one's in El Nino and one's in El Nina.
Oh,
And I think one's male and one's female, and depends on I don't know. I don't know what depends on, but
yeah, the polar vortex was coming through. Blah blah blah.
I know last week though, the northern central states got hit pretty hard with a snowstorm, and luckily we missed that. Somebody in South Dakota in a truck stop, and the snowbanks were up to the windows of the semi.
What? Really?
Yeah, in I don't know where South Dakota, somewhere on Black Hills. And then they got a whole bunch of ice and that in Minnesota. A couple guys I follow on YouTube, they're kind of north central or northeast Minnesota. Duluth got a real
Really?
dump. Yeah, that was
Didn't-
that was a storm before. And like
Is that
us
the one
here,
where they
yeah,
had is that the one where they had 6 feet of snow in Buffalo?
I think so. Yes. Or no, it was after that one. Yes, it was after that one. It was only last week, beginning of or around the weekend. I don't know. I'm retired. Time just kind of goes by,
Blends together.
blends together. Have to ask the wife or look at the cell phone to see what day it is.
All I know is when I'm not. I know how many projects I can do. No, sorry. I know how many projects I cannot finish on a weekend. So I know. So I know what day of the week it is, right? I had to say it that way, so I just knew, right?
Yeah, you just walk into the shop on Mondays. Oh yeah, I guess it's Monday.
I can't finish this today. I know what day it is.
Yeah, but I'm not doing as much motorcycle riding right now.
Well, no, because of the snow.
So that gives me more time to waste. It's not wasting time riding a motorcycle.
So they say.
Hmm. It's just the ones that don't have motorcycles say it is.
See, I was always in the impression. Now, don't get me wrong. That you can correct me if you want. It doesn't matter to me. Now, I know that having a quad or a trike or a bike, a ski-doo, a sea-doo, were all toys that cost money.
Yep.
Now, the thing is, if they break down, it's going to cost more money to fix it because your number one is always in the middle of freaking nowhere when you do break down.
Hmm.
That's why I always
Oh,
looked
they
at
are
it like
toys.
it was an extravagant toy that you needed money to maintain in order to have it to begin with. And since I don't have the money to maintain it, I don't see much sense in having one.
Well, that's why I learned how to maintain and ended up making a bit of a career out of it. You
Well,
know?
yeah, but if you're by yourself in the middle of freaking nowhere, you don't have everything you need for it, right?
No,
Like
no.
I know,
Hopefully, you have a
there
friend
there
and a
there are
rope.
there are people. Yeah, I know there are people that do basically carry two of everything that they need on their skidoos for when they do break down, that they know they have everything for it because they're usually in the middle of freaking nowhere.
My first snowmobile I had, it had a compartment underneath the seat, and I carried a pair of snowshoes in there.
You could just strapped them to the back though.
Well, yeah, I guess, but no, they fit under the seat, so that was good. And it's the old thing: if you don't have it with you, you're going to need it. But if you do, you never use it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like I carry
Right.
an extra 5 liters of fuel in the saddlebag of my Goldwing. I've never run out of gas. Always found a gas station, but you get that range anxiety when you're down when the little red light comes on, and you don't
Yep.
really know how far you can go on the red light, and you don't remember exactly at what mile point or the odometer reading that it come on because you're not watching it all the time. So
Yeah. Exactly.
so you put 5 liters of fuel in there, and I don't care. I can if I run out, I'll fill up. Now that with a CAA card in case I get a flat tire or something. Hopefully, never have to use it, but yeah. Larry was saying that Buffalo storm was 3 weeks ago. So the one in Minnesota, South Dakota, was 2 weeks ago or a week and a half ago.
There we go. See, she's coming together.
Yep.
The light's kind of hard to see with the light though, but you can actually see the different color skin tone on her.
Hmm.
All right.
No, from what I remember of Ariel, that's her for sure.
Well, I got a picture for reference, so
Yeah.
but it's kind of hard to see with the light here. But let me turn my light off. Maybe it'll make a difference here.
Yeah, hopefully you don't get a blowout, just a leak and lose pressure, Billy.
Well, I'm sure the weather's still nice for him. He still had front tire go down on me at highway speed. Here's back. I'm sure you're riding your bike, aren't you, Billy? Hey, Russ, what are you up to?
It took me a while, but I recognize Rusty as Russ.
Oh, that's Russ from Rusty Woodworking.
Sorry. Hi, Russ.
Need a bit of red.
Well, we're talking about running out of gas, and I was riding with my buddy, and he was behind me, and I just look in the mirror, and if I see his headlight, yeah, okay, he's still coming. Well, I look behind, no, there's no headlight. I go on a bit further, and I double back on a service road, or what it was is the old highway, and I go by, and oh, there's people all lined up, like a half a dozen to 10 cars all pulled over, and here his bike is laying down, and so
Oh no.
you're feeling like, like, oh my god, what happened? So I had to go past and then go back on a connecting, like a crossroad, and come back up behind where he was. Turned out he ran out of gas, and the damn shoulder on the road was loose gravel, almost sand kind of, type loose. And
Yep.
he pulled over, and he was, didn't want to impede the people behind him. So he pulled over probably at a way too fast speed to control it. Sure enough, he says he come almost to a stop, and the thing just bucked him off, just pitched him off. And he fell down and got the wind knocked out of him. And so these people, of course, they stop right away, and they're telling, "Don't move, don't do this," and that. So, but he was he was okay. Like, they took him into the hospital with an ambulance, and then I went and got home and got my son, and we went and retrieved his bike, put gas in it, and drove it home. There was no damage to the bike. Like, they got crash bars and that kind of stuff, but it just
Yep.
kind of flopped over. But it flopped over. It's at, even at 2 miles an hour, you got this, 800-pound bike deciding, no, I'm going to buck you right off. So that's what it did.
Wow. Gold wing med, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was an older one, like 85. But I remember I got bucked off one time. I parked this thing in my side yard, if you call it that, and there was a stone that was kind of a flat stone, almost level with the surface of the grass, right? And I put my kickstand on there all the time so it wouldn't dig in. This is before, if I didn't put it away in the garage. And anyway, I go and you get what is it? Complacent or lax on, precise,
Yep.
doing precise moves. I flipped the kickstand down, and I'm getting off, and all of a sudden, well, no, the kickstand didn't go down all the way, and it just here I am rolling down across the bloody grass.
Wow. So now my dad liked his gold wing, but I know he was too short for it because every time he stopped, he had to lean. Always had to lean to one side with it, right? He had short little
Mhm.
legs on him, and I know he dumped that bike so many times.
Mm-hmm.
Not all the way down though, but close enough that it was was never laying flat, but it was down.
Yep.
I'm like that. Like I'm like, why just get a shorter bike? Oh, no, this is what I'm driving. This is what I like to drive. I'm like, okay, fine.
Yeah, Billy says two kinds of bikers: those who have been down and those that will go down if you ride long enough.
Like, he used to love highway driving, though. I'll give him that. But every time he came to a stop, it was always at, he always almost dumped it. Always.
Hmm. I've heard of people cutting a bunch of the foam out of the seat on a Goldwing to lower the you know the seat height.
Really?
Yep. You get in there, you take the skin off, and you get your electric electric knife for carving the turkey. And does that ever cut good on foam?
You still got, well, you still obviously have one, I'm sure, because you talk about it. But I know there's a lot of people out there that don't know what an electric knife is.
Oh, we
Mulinex,
just bought a new one.
a Mulinex electric knife. They still make them.
Yeah.
I used to love mine for cutting bread with, like fresh bread.
Oh yeah, that'd work good. Yeah, electric knives, automatic transmissions, they got wonderful things now.
That's hilarious.
I don't catch enough fish for an electric fillet knife, Billy. The fish I get is usually filleted already.
Comes in a package and everything.
Well, I buy it directly from the producer. Well, not producer, I guess the harvester, if you want to call it that. Lake Winnipeg, they have commercial fishers all over the place, and even I'm saying it now. I called them fishermen for years, and I can't get into my calling them fishers. Fishers are little furry animals.
Yep. Like a marten or a mink.
Yeah, it's like that. So when they get on television talking about fishers on Lake Winnipeg, fishers, no, they don't swim normally. They stay in the bush. He buys his already fried, Russ. Well, well, Larry says his friend's dad rode gold wings, I believe. One time he pulled up to the red light and dumped it, forgot to put his feet down. I've been riding my Goldwing, which is an older one, an 81. And then in 2001, they brought out a new design or completely new Goldwing, uh, 1800. So the sales rep come around with his, and he says, take it for a ride. Let's go for lunch on it, which, lunchtime, and away I go. That thing was so damn nice to ride. I almost forgot to put my feet down. And, it just felt so good. It was so well balanced. It was, and, people say, oh, Goldwing is so big, so heavy. Well, really, it's all plastic. And all the weight is below your seat. The gas tank's down there, the battery's down there, the engine's down there, the rad's down there. The only thing above you is the air box and the radio and the gauges.
Yep.
But yeah, and when I rode one of those, I was gonna, I had an 81, which is 1100 cc 4-cylinder, and then they had a 1200 cc 4, and then they come out with a 1500 cc 6-cylinder, and I thought, oh, I'll get one of them. They'll just, when they come out with that 2001 1800 and it rode so nice, I just says, nope, I'm going to wait till I get enough money to buy one. And it took me, I don't know, 10, 12, 15 years to get the money up to buy, you know, a used one. And glad I did.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised a lot of shorter people and older people don't have those drop down
The landing gear,
like, well, I call them training wheels. Yeah,
yeah, they go up when you ride
yeah.
5 miles an
Well,
hour or
I
something
try to
like that.
convince my dad. I try to convince my dad to get a set of those. He goes, "Oh, I don't want to drive a bike." I'm like, "It's not for learning, it's for stopping."
Hmm. I do say though, the reverse and Goldwing sure helps me now. Like I could muscle the older bike when I was, you know, younger. I had because I, you know, my knee problems were just bad, but the the reverse really helps maneuver it in, you know, parking situations. Hello, Shay.
Hey Shay, why aren't you working, Shay?
It's too cold, I think. She got a snow day.
Yeah, she works in her closet.
Oh, I know. I've come to a stops, you know, either a stop sign or intersection, whatever. And if there's sand on the road or, you know, small gravel, oh, that
Yeah.
sometimes hits you by surprise.
I was get a kick out of the motorcycle construction signs. Picture the motorcycle and the going off the side of the curb there. Picture.
Yeah. Russ was saying that he buys his fish fried. Our motorcycle club, and it's Antique Motorcycle Club of Manitoba. It's not some kind of biker one percenters. But anyway, the guy, um, there's a town on the side of Lake Winnipeg where a lot of fishermen, you know, use as a base, and then they have places where you can buy fish, like, you know, frozen, and also the restaurants all sell fish up there. So he had um, a ride, an outing ride, and he called it the fishing trip. So we go out to the restaurant, buy an all-you-can-eat fish dinner, and then we go down to the place that sells the fresh and frozen fish, and we buy fish there. No no license and no fishing tackle needed.
Yeah, exactly.
We do that once a year. Yeah, Billy, you gotta watch out for them tracks and try them hit them at a 90 degree rather than a whatever. One of our club members went down this year when he hit a set of tracks on a what did he have, a Vincent, and luckily he didn't. I don't think he broke anything, but oh, he broke ribs, but he didn't. You know, have serious injuries. But you know, it took him all summer to get better enough to even ride.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of really bad motorcycle accidents. Usually, cars are at fault though,
Yep.
entering or just not even paying attention.
Well, the thing about riding a motorcycle, you have to ride defensively because you are not going to win any fight with a you know, another vehicle, not even another motorcycle. You know, So don't trust anybody to stop at the stop sign they're pulling up to. Don't, you can't. You just have to treat them as, they're out to attack you. Yeah, right. Target fixation, and I even find myself doing that a little bit, from time to time. Usually low speed kind of parking lot things, trying not to hit a car, you know, right close to you, where you fixate so much on at some obstacle, and then you end up going straight for that obstacle. Yeah, Larry, you're right. The first Goldwings on sale were the 1000 cc's. Now it's still 79. Then 80, they went to 1100.
Oh,
Yep. That's it, Billy. Like other drivers, a friend of mine, he owns I call it the chopper shop because he started off selling these. They were kind of like OCC choppers, but they were Canadian, Canadian approved or whatever. And his son, who he was 2 years younger than my son, went out to Saskatchewan for a wedding with his girlfriend on the back of the bike, and a Purelator or some other type of delivery driver decided not to stop going across the Trans-Canada Highway and killed the both of them.
really?
Just 3 miles west of Brandon. And man, it was like, I heard it was on the news, two killed on a motorcycle crash west of Brandon. I'm thinking, and I knew they were going out to the wedding, and I'm thinking, no, sure enough. And he would have been about late 20s at the time. Terribly sad. And what it was, they figure the Purelator driver or whatever he was, Purelator or FedEx, he was he fell asleep or was in a daze, like, and not looking, not because he was tired. Billy says happened to his buddy's wife, tight corner. She was on their fat boy. Off in the ditch she went. Broke her wrist and scratched up the bike. Yeah. The one thing I don't like is in the spring here, all the sand and they use for hang on a second.
Yep.
I gotta check something here, John. I'll be back in
All right,
a
no
bit.
problem. Of course it lands paint side down. Ah, forgot that was even on there. So I wonder what happened to Charles. Wonder why he dropped off.
There we go. Back
That was
again.
quick.
Oh, it just my blister phoning. Yeah, where did Charles go?
I don't know. Like he was on here. He was talking about something, and then he just dropped right off. At all.
Billy asked, "What did you do? Paint the wrong side?"
What do you mean?
I don't know. I guess he must have said "oh" or something.
Oh no. Her the other part, the upper part of the tail was on here, and I flipped it over, and it fell on the ground, and it landed painted side up.
Oh yeah, butter side down.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, painted side down. Sorry.
Billy says years ago worked with a guy who had a old BSA with a World War II sidecar on it. A lady turned left in front of him, totaled it. He and his passenger had minor injuries, but the bike and sidecar were not replaceable. Nope. I would like to get some old, you know, World War II-ish bike, but the prices are just beyond my. And it's a kind of a thing that with those old bikes, you say, "Oh, I want to go for a ride today. I'll see if it'll start." And if it does, you can go.
Yeah.
And if it don't start, no, you ain't going for a ride. Oh, cool. That tail's pretty long.
I know. I'd probably go talk to the armories or something, see if they have need one
Yeah.
restored or something, right?
No, the guys have got most of them, or pretty much all of those. I remember back when I was, in high school, there were guys picking up bikes from the armories, or they'd get them. What do you call it? I guess surplus sales or surplus
Yeah.
companies would have them brand new in boxes. But now it's become a thing. You can buy, like, say, a Triumph. You can buy a brand new Triumph cheaper than you can buy an old Triumph and rebuild it and restore it. I know it's not, the new one is not an old, like, doesn't have the appeal to that the old one might have, but it's gotten to a point where it's not really worth it. And then there again, if you want to go for a ride, well, it's up to the bike whether it's going to let you.
Yeah.
And of course, bikes that you don't ride all the time, things happen to them, like the gas goes stale, this or that, a seal starts leaking, electrical connections corrode. just sitting there. Brakes seize up.
What, it fails just by not using it? That's
Mhm.
unbelievable.
Oh man, you don't know how many bikes I've people would bring in. Oh yeah, I had this. Was my dad's, and I just want to get it running. And you bring it in. Oh my goodness, look at all the stuff you need to do to get it running. And all he did was park it for 20 years, 25 years. But yeah, there were quite a few bikes used in World War II for dispatch riders and that sort of thing. I don't know much about the Moto Guzzi, but I do know that the Harley had the 45. The the American one was a WLA, the Canadian one was WLC. 45 uh, cubic inch flathead, and good bike. But a lot of the guys, the riders, preferred the Nortons, um, Norton 16, and it was lighter, more nimble, and that sort of thing than the Harleys. And that And do you know what BSA stands for, John, and anybody out there in the chat?
British special something or other.
Birmingham Small Arms.
Oh, see, I'm so
They,
close.
they were an armory, yeah, and their logo was three rifles standing up together like a teepee, if you want to call it that.
So why would they go into motorcycle development?
Um, it was just because they were a manufacturer already, and I, you know, because they
Oh
could
yeah,
do one.
so,
It's just like why did Remington go into typewriters, or did
yeah.
that sort of deal? It also stands for BSA stands for bloody sore arse.
What do we got going on? Oh, see, Mike says Birmingham Small Arms, the factory was about a mile and a half from where I lived, and both my grands worked there during the war. Oh, so here you go. They still make air rifles recently.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, freaking small world where we know everybody lives around everything, right?
Mm-hmm. I was talking to a guy. Well, the guy I bought my lathe off of was a BSA dealer in the late 60s, early 70s. And he has a brand new BSA. I don't know if it was a Lightning or a whatever the other one was. One has 2 carbs and one has 1 carb, 650cc, in the crate that he never sold and, never took it out of the crate. I don't know what that'd be worth. And then what would you do with it? Would you take it out of the crate or would you just put it on display as a coffee table?
Well, you'd want to. I don't know. That's hard to say.
Like it's not brand new, never ridden, never assembled completely. Once you take it out of the crate, you assemble it. Well, of course, you're gonna want to put gas in and go for a ride, but then it's not brand new. Okay, Denise, don't jam your finger in the door when you're putting your weather stripping in.
Weather stripping. You should be doing that in the summertime. Keeps down on your cooling costs as well.
Yeah, that would be. Mike says there's a tragic story about a bombing of a BSA factory. Part of the factory was demolished and became a graveyard effectively.
All right.
There's a car dealer in Winnipeg, and he collects cars as well as sells them. And downstairs, the downstairs showroom is his collection, and he's got 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60 Chev convertibles all lined up. He's got Corvettes, he's got this, he's got that, he's got Cadillac Eldorado Baritzes, and he's got
It's not Murray, is it?
no, this is Goche.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Who owns all those dealerships? in the one area there. Basically, like
Well,
it's
there's
like
a couple.
auto.
Goche is one of them, and then there's
There's,
the
there's a BMW, Chrysler, a Ford, and a freaking another one that are all in like one. Like basically, it's you go down one road, they're all in the one spot there. My son used
Yeah.
to work at them.
there's a Vickers. Somebody Vickers. He owns a bunch of dealerships. But anyway, with his thing was a 1979 Chrysler 300 Cordoba.
Ooh,
You know,
yeah.
it was a bit of a rare option package. White. They only come in white with or they come in white or red, and they had a certain things front end that looked a little different than that. It was brand new, never PDI'd or pre-delivery inspection. Where they set it up for the customer.
Yep.
And it was just offloaded off the transport truck and put into a building in Florida, I believe it was. It ended up they blocked it up and put it in a unused car wash bay, and it sat there for years until this Goche bought it. It's got the stickers on the windshield and the side windows and that, never been washed. So what they did is they just kind of cleaned it off with a damp rag so they could say it's never been washed. Then they got that in there, like not well, I guess there's a mile on it or something like that because they're all tested. They test the speedometers and they that kind of stuff, but it's never been really driven. Not even all the stuff that the dealer is supposed to do to them. Robin.
Lowest mileage I ever had on any vehicle I've owned was 6 kilometers.
Mm-hmm. Basically, what they do, just PDIing it.
Yep.
On and off the transports and whatever.
And my next lowest one after that was 9 kilometers.
Mm-hmm. Greg saying, hi, Greg. Gregov? I don't know why I have an F on the end of my name.
Ah, they're good. Oh, that's where does the trail go now?
Yeah, I've never owned a new car or truck or van or motorcycle.
I love new cars.
I just never could put out the money and have it drop in value so immediately.
Yeah, but same as buying an antique. The depreciation go on it too.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know there's some vehicles out there you pay more for an antique car. Well, something from the 60s, 70s
Collector.
that didn't cost as much brand new as it does now to buy it after it's been restored. But yet it's still more expensive than a brand new vehicle, right? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, like you take muscle cars. They were $3,000 to $5,000 back when they were brand new, and now they're $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $100,000 for certain ones.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you can buy a restored one for $30,000. Unless it was a Pinto or a Vega. Robin's going to be right back. Either she's going to have lunch or coffee break, or she's finished work for the day. Yeah, VW vans, Nancy says they're crazy price. In my way of thinking, they weren't even that good when they were new. Why would you want one now? Unless you're an old hippie and it's nostalgic. Yeah, back in the when they Billy says his '68 Firebird 400 was $2,000 new. He bought it in '73 for $1,200. They were just used cars back then, and some of them were, well used. Put to the floor all the time. The VW vans, what do they call them? The truck ones, the
Van Hagens.
single cabs and double cabs, but they're really sought after. Like I know the Volkswagen Bugs, they got good gas mileage relatively to what the American cars were doing back then. But I remember my dad saying this back in the '60s. He says, "Yeah, so and so had a VW," and I was talking about VWs to him like when I was a kid. He says, "So and so bought one," and he said he couldn't afford it. What do you mean they got good gas mileage? He says, "Yeah, but he couldn't afford the repairs to the damn thing, you know." And you had to go to a Volkswagen dealer to get the parts. This is before your auto auto zones and Napas and O'Reillys and all that kind of stuff carried aftermarket stuff. I always wanted one of those Volkswagen dune buggies.
Like from the
What was the guy's
cartoon.
name? Well, yeah. What was the guy that made them in California there? Starts with an M. Not Manx, but anyway, they were fiberglass bodied little dune buggies that you put a shortened Volkswagen chassis underneath. You still find them around here, like some restored and crazy price. Wouldn't fit in one anymore, but
Of course not.
and Billy said he sold his last one in '94. Like to have a Carmen Kia, but don't think I'd be able to get in one. Yep. It wasn't Manx, was it? Mike says convertibles with engine out and a Porsche 911 were good wolf in sheep's clothing, and put the Volkswagen engine in the Porsche to be a sheep in wolf's clothing. Jen says she loved her '74 Beetle.
Yeah, they sucked up here though. No heat.
Well, you could get a gas heater for them, but by the time you use the gas heater and the gas for the driving, it cost more than driving around a V8 Chevy, a 283 Chevy. My friend's brother had one, and he'd borrow it. My friend would borrow it once in a while, and Do you know garbage mitts, John?
No.
They're just leather mitts that you'd put a wool mitten inside for the winter. So they were, effectively they were windproof, and then, the wool mitt were, so everybody wore garbage mitts back then in the winter. And so you get in this car with your garbage mitts on, and my buddy would hand me the scraper, windshield scraper, which Texans wouldn't know about. But the anyway, he'd say, "Okay, sit down, shut up, and scrape the window, and don't breathe, because if you breathed, it would rime up the window, and that was your job, to keep the windshield clear of this damn Volkswagen."
Well, I know.
Yeah, it would. So would a warm summer breeze work down there, Billy.
Jen says I had heat. In fact, once we got it working, we couldn't get it to turn off ever again, so I had full blast heat year round. There was no heater in those because the engine was in the back.
Billy says, Greg, the part of Texas I grew up in had snow and ice. I know what a window scraper is.
It's
But
called
do you-
it's called a blockbuster card.
Yeah. But do you know what a frost shield is, Billy? Oh, Robin's home. She's home. Mike has to tie the workshop some. Back later if you're still live. Well, hopefully all of us are live, but we might not
Does
be
that
on
look like
here.
Ariel? Does that look like Ariel? That looks like Ariel, doesn't it?
Yep.
There's a close up of her.
For what I know, what Ariel
Go.
looks like.
Yeah. Oh, I hope my granddaughter likes her.
They say they had a heat exchanger system off the manifold that blew into the cab.
Oh.
Up here, frost shields are they started out being glass, and they had a gasket around the outside that would glue onto the inside of your windshield and side windows and back window to make like storm windows, if you want to call it that. So they wouldn't rime up, and you could see out. And then they turned to a plastic of sorts. I don't know what it was, what the type of plastic was, but it was kind of flexible, and it created an air gap of about maybe a quarter inch, at least an eighth, to a quarter inch, 3/16 in between the windshield or window and this thing. And they so many Canadians would head on down to the U.S. for summertime vacations, and they didn't take their frost shields off because you could probably get about 2 years out of them before they crack up and fall apart. And so people in the U.S. would start asking Canadians, "What's them things on your windows?" And the joke was, they'd always tell them, or many would tell them, "Oh, that's bulletproofing, so when we come down here, we don't get shot." But then that all went away in the 70s when the heaters in cars got much better. You didn't need frost shields. It was a law here in Manitoba that you had to have them on in the wintertime. And if you didn't have them on and you got pulled over for whatever and you didn't have frost shields, you get a ticket for that as well.
Really?
Yep. Between, I forget what it was, November and March or something like that, you had to have frost shields on the side windows and the back window.
Well, it's like here you have to carry tire chains and have M&S tires between October 1st and April 24th.
Okay. That's the same as down in Montreal and that, or Quebec. You have to have snow tires. Here, it's you're allowed studded tires in the wintertime, but you have to have them off by May 1st or somewhere like that. Can't put them on before October 30th and have to have them off by because they chew up the road supposedly.
Yeah. It's the whole got to carry tire chains. You know, I've had tire chains on my commercial vehicle for the past 15 years, and I've never had them out of the bag. You know, I guarantee you they're all rusted in the bags. I've never had to have them on my vehicle, on my truck.
Yeah, Billy says, nope, never needed those here. Frost shields, I believe he's talking about, didn't even have them in Alaska. Well, shipping, you know, you couldn't get them anything up there. We used percolating block heaters in Alaska, though, so the defroster worked quickly. Yeah, circulatory heaters, we called them, and they worked good, but they wasted a lot of heat by, you know, they were outside the engine. We just used um, immersion block heaters that went in a freeze plug of the engine. And then they had even way back in the old flathead days, they had what they called head bolt pencil heaters. You replaced a head bolt with a heater and plugged it in.
Really?
Yep.
Well,
And they also had dipstick heaters that went down like, you know, the old big dipsticks. They went in,
yeah,
heated the oil.
they'd be like, they'd be like block heaters, right?
Yeah.
Well, why don't they still have those? Because that sounds a lot easier than a freaking trying to install a block heater on a vehicle that doesn't have one that you bought from the
No,
States.
it was only good with flathead engines that didn't have valve
Oh.
covers and valves and all that kind of stuff, you know, in the way. So like the flathead Fords and the flathead Dodges and that sort of thing. Hello, Steve C. Billy says
Hey,
he's seen
Steve, you're up.
dipstick heaters.
You off work already?
It's only 1:30 where you are, right, John?
2:30.
Oh, okay.
Remember, there was a time change.
Oh, yeah. You're only an hour behind me? Oh, it's Mark. It's 2 hours behind me. That's it.
Yeah, Mark too.
I'm getting
Yeah,
my
see,
time.
I actually hate daylight saving. Well, see, I like daylight savings time because of the time change, but I hate it because now BC, like when I go to Fort St. John and Dawson, it's the same time as me now, and I hate it because I can't. It's hard to control the when I leave to avoid the scales. So now I got to leave even earlier to try and avoid the scales being open.
Steve C says he'll be going out shortly. Robin says she's hungry.
So eat something, Robin. You're working at a chocolate store all day. I'd be eating freaking chocolate all day, honestly.
So, John, when you get Ariel all finished, or you got Ariel all finished, now you're doing the crabs, you got to hold it up and say, I don't like it.
No, I'm not like that.
That was just a poke at Robin.
If I didn't like it, I wouldn't pay the way I did.
Robin says she gave Johnny B some chocolates.
I'm sure you appreciated them too.
What's nice about paint, if you don't like it, you can paint over it, Robin says.
No. Why would you paint over it? It's the worst thing to do. And you end up with too many layers of paint, Robin, and then it leaks on you and drips down, Robin.
Robin says he was all smiles, lol. I was like, let's take a pic. Wait, I look terrible. Did you say? Wait, I don't like it.
Wait, I gotta change my shirt.
Yeah.
Did you know he was coming by? Or did he just show up?
Paint over to get the look you want.
No, you don't paint over stuff. Just do it right the first time. You don't have to worry about it.
Did you see your birch trees?
Yeah, I was just did it on my show.
Yeah, I saw them. And the one seemed to have been painted over and kind of was like had droopy things on it that looked cool. She says he just showed up. Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, you probably told him just to drop by whenever. Oh, whenever you're in the area, just stop by the mall. So I wonder if I wonder if he ate the chocolates or actually took them back to Ashley. I would have been like, "Hey, Robin, you got any Purdy's porcupines here?" What do you prefer, Greg? Laura Secord or Purdy's?
I didn't get the second one.
Purdy's.
Never heard of the Curdy's. I've had Laura Secord chocolates.
You don't have a you don't have a Purdy's Purdys.
Oh, Purdy's.
Yeah, Purdy's.
No. I don't know. I haven't been in a mall in years, so that's probably where they would be. I don't go shopping for anything other than Canadian Tire and Home Hardware and motorcycle stores, but and I've never seen them packaged that they, so I do like Laura Secord.
Yeah, because Purdy's is famous for their hedgehogs. They're basically truffle-filled chocolate-covered hedgehogs.
Mhm.
That's what they're known for. I love them, but I actually prefer Bernard Callebaut chocolate, which I think is an Alberta thing.
Yeah, I don't know that one either. I just know that Lindor or whatever.
Yeah, Lind.
But that's a big conglomerate thing that Shoppers Drug Mart is always full of. And what's the ones that come out in the they got a hazelnut in them or something. Or caramel.
What, Ferraro Rochers?
Okay, there's those two, yeah. And but there's another one. They come in a plastic tray like a
Toffee
mini.
Fay.
Yes, yeah.
I freaking love Toffee Fay.
And turtles. I like turtles.
Oh, I love turtles.
My mother used to give all the guys, like myself, my brother-in-laws, a box of turtles every Christmas. And then there was the Terry's chocolate orange that I think Mark had there a little while ago.
Yep.
And you're supposed to smack it on the table to break it up into chunks, and then, or I don't know. That's what the commercial said to
I
do.
freaking broke my table doing that.
Oh,
I broke my table doing that. It's actually easier just to take your orange and just squish it like this, and the orange pieces will actually come out like an actual orange.
mm-hmm.
I found.
Well, if you put it in the oven for a while, you could really do that easily.
Yeah.
And then what was the old standard right from when I was a kid in the, as long as I can remember, the 50s was pot of gold. I think it was Moyers or Myers
Moyers,
or
pot of gold. Moyers, Moirs, out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
We
That
all
was the
know
standard
where the
Christmas.
rainbow goes, and it goes to a pot of gold. That's actually when I was working in Nova Scotia. That was actually one of the first signs I learned to spray by hand.
Oh,
To
yeah.
get the rainbow properly on it. Yeah.
When you say it now, I can just absolutely picture the box. And then
The black box was the most famous one, right?
yeah,
And then
the black box with
they
the
had
rainbow and
the gold boxes as well. Yeah.
but the thing was at Christmas or after Christmas, like everybody eat the chocolates, right? And so there would be, that's where you put the tree decorations in after, or it was where you put the what do you call it, the gifts in it, like socks, shirt or whatever for gifting, like that was a box you used. So you never knew what you got. Well, I got chocolates. No, I got socks.
Well, it's no worse than the tin of shortbread cookies.
Yeah, that's a
All right.
dirty trip.
Oh man, look at the cookies! I found a box of cookies. Ah, it's sewing stuff. Ah. Like, I'm hungry for some cookies. Oh, look, there's a box of cookies. Ah, freaking sewing stuff.
Now, who was it talking about tinsel on a tree the other day?
Oh, I remember in Germany we had real tinsel. It was actually aluminum tinsel.
Mm-hmm. Well,
And it was heavy. It was heavy
yeah.
tinsel.
The Mylar stuff that they made, back
Yep.
in the 70s, 80s. I remember we'd have it on the tree. daughter's cat would be wandering around with a
Hanging
piece
out
of
of his
tinsel. Yes.
ass. Yep.
You know, if you had a long enough piece, you could floss the cat. Her cat would just go for the damn tree. Would only have tinsel in the top 2/3 because you wouldn't put it on the bottom because the cat would eat it. And it loved ribbon. I don't know why. It would just be chewing on. My wife has a cupboard with all her wrapping stuff in it. Well, that damn cat would hear that cupboard door open and be running right up there and see if we could get some snag a spool of ribbon and like those pre-made ribbon bows and all that kind of just get in there and chewing on them. We must make something.
Make it attract.
Yep.
Cats attracted to it.
Catnip.
Yeah, I remember we came back from Germany with real tinsel, and I'm pretty sure it was made of lead. Yeah, I tell you, like one little box of tinsel, maybe 2 kilo box, actually weighed like 10 pounds almost. Like it was freaking heavy. It weighed the tree down too.
Mm-hmm. I think Robin is playing. What's that Alex Trebek show? Who is Steve? Seeing that trampled underfoot thing. It was. What is tinsel? Who is Steve?
Buttons. Who put buttons in those? That's the worst too. Buttons are sewing equipment.
Buttons? Buttons on the tree?
Yeah, in the no, in the shortbread cookie tin.
Oh, buttons. Yeah.
The blue one.
Oh.
The blue one from Denmark.
Yeah, well, that was
Belgium. One or the other.
Yeah. My grandmother had one of those tins, and yeah, I'd always get sucked in when I was a kid. You wouldn't be over there all the time. Now, oh, look, what's in this candy box or chocolate box or whatever? Yep. Buttons. Button. Who's got the button? That's a game probably not many know.
No, that's before my time. I gotta say that.
Yeah. It was a game that you played. You get a button and you clasp it between your hands, and you would go around to other people and you would drop it to their hands that were open. But say there was 4 people, you'd fake it on 3 and drop it on the 4th one, and then somebody else had to guess which one got the button. It was a kid's game, like, there's something to do at birthday parties and that kind of stuff. Yep. I don't do it often, but I do once in a while, Billy. Billy says, I just came back and saw the hands. And I mentioned this in a live there, I guess, I don't know, week ago, about a button and a string as a toy.
Yeah, you mentioned that
And
last night.
yeah, okay. Well, anyway, what it was is you took a button and a piece of string, you made a loop out of the string, you put it around your fingers, usually your middle fingers, and you wound. You could get it going by like winding the button up or winding the button, and it would wind the string, and you'd pull it apart and then let it go back together, kind of like playing a squeeze box, if you can imagine. And you get
Oh
this
yeah.
you get this button just making noise. And if the button had the right holes in it, it would whir, like a top.
Yep. It's been a
And
while
then
since
your
I actually did that though.
fingers would turn all blue and red and yeah, Billy says, I remember that. Made a great noise. Yeah.
It was like blowing through a piece of grass. So nobody, kids don't know how to do that nowadays.
No. They use grass for other things.
Yeah.
Um, and there was another one. There was a thing you could make with, well, we called them a bobby pin. Is women put them in their hair to hold curls, an elastic band, and a button. And you would wind it up and put it in an envelope, and you'd write on it rattlesnake eggs, and you'd hand it to somebody.
What?
Yeah. And when when somebody would open the envelope to look in, it would the bobby pin kept it from unraveling, and but then when it opened up enough, it would let go and just spin inside the envelope, making a hell of a noise. And it was, it sounds similar to what you could imagine a rattlesnake tail sounding like.
Really?
Yeah, we don't have
I've
rattlesnakes
never
up here, but
I've never heard of
I
that.
saw them on the westerns all the time. Oh,
We got
at least you got
rattlesnakes
the
in
front
southern
door done.
Alberta.
Yes, you do. You also got scorpions.
Yep. I actually took a picture one time. It was hilarious. I took this picture one time of some trailhead down in southern Alberta, and there was two signs side by side. One was "Watch for rattlesnakes," the other one was "Snowmobile crossing." It's
Yep.
like the worst place to have two signs together, but they were on the same place, right? Because it was on a trailhead. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, what's going on here?
Yeah. My dad was stationed in Lethbridge in during the war, and he said there was, guys are finding scorpions around there.
Yep.
Yeah, we just have snow snakes up here.
It's been forever since I actually seen a snow snake. We used to get them all in Ontario all the time. Actually, hard. They're because the forest and stuff. But the forest is too dense up here to get them.
Hmm. Robin's saying to try that rattlesnake thing out as a demo right now. There you go. I can't remember how to do it, but it was an elastic band, a button, and a bobby pin. And somehow you threaded the elastic band through the button and clipped it to the bobby pin or something. Give me about a week, I figured it out. It was kind of like those joy buzzers you could buy at the joke shops.
On the back or on the back of comic books.
Yep. I had one. But it was like, what are you doing trying to shake my hand? Like, when you're a kid, you don't shake hands. Denise, hang on. Denise says, okay. Robin says, sent. Oh, she's sharing pictures of her and Johnny B.
All right. Now I need to find a nice backer for this. I don't know what to use for a backer. But I need to find a backer for her. But in the meantime, let me just get this here and here and here. And then once this is all dry, I'll glue this all down. Anyway, just not right now.
What, you're not going to Brad nail it together?
No, through my rock.
Oh, yeah, that looks good.
There we go. I
Yeah.
was gonna let my circuit.
You can get rid of me so everybody can see it.
There you go, everybody. There's a Little Mermaid, Ariel. All right. Do. See her fin? Look at her smile. Ah.
Well, I'll be opposite Robin. Say,
There
I
you go.
like it.
Like I said, I just gotta find a backer for it right now.
Is it going
So
to
I
be a
put this
blue
aside,
backer?
and I'm thinking I'm just the words in my mouth here for a sec. I might actually go down to Michael's and get some water fabric, water looking fabric, basically.
Okay.
All right.
I was thinking acrylic. If you could color that somehow to look your aqua color, and it would let light through, so kind of look like Under the Sea.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about showing light through because I
No.
don't really want her hanging in the window and stuff. But I'm thinking that I could take I'm gonna go down, like I said, I'm gonna go to Michael's and get some watery fabric because I have to go pick up some the shimmery cellophane anyway at the dollar store, Dollarama. I might just see if there's any even scrapbook paper, right? But if I get fabric, then I could spray glue it to a piece of clear acrylic, and then glue these onto that, and then I can well, I can probably shape it like a circle or whatever. Then she can put it in the window, and the light will shine through it. That look kind of
Mhm.
cool actually. But it basically silhouette her though. Yeah, I can
Yeah.
try that. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Billy. My drive, start gluing that all down. I gotta go pee. When I come back, I gotta go check the chickens. When I come back, um, I'll work on. I'll lay my rig out first, and then I'll do some crayon melting.
That doesn't
All right.
sound
Actually,
good.
what
Lay your rig
crayon
out.
melting?
No.
Oh yeah, you're bad. All right, what time is it? It's 3 o'clock. 3. Actually, you know what? Let's just end this for now. And I will end this for now. I'll go in, I'll grab something to eat, blah blah blah, everything else, and I'll come back on for my show. I'll probably do my show earlier tonight, so I'll probably be on at let's say 3 to 6 o'clock. So then give me 3 hours. That way I can eat, go to the bathroom, do my things that I got to do, and then we'll be back in about 3 hours. All right, guys. Thanks, Greg, for being on here. Charles was on here earlier too, as well, and who else was on the panel?
Mark.
And Mark was on here too.
Yeah. Sounds good, John. Thanks for having
Yep.
me.
Thanks everybody for being in the chat and asking us all kinds of cool questions and stuff. Robin, it's too bad you just got home, but I'm going off right now. But I'll be back on in let's say 3 hours. I might go on earlier too. Okay, Nancy says she goes live at 6 Eastern. So that's another hour. Yeah, so that'll be an hour, and then she's usually on for about an hour and a half or 2 hours. There you go. See, I'll be on right after Nancy's done. Okay, go check Nancy on in about an hour or so, and we'll talk to everybody later. Thanks for joining us, and see you later tonight.
See ya.
See you later.